Welcome back to Game of Theories. Today's tale: what if Jon Snow united the Seven Kingdoms under a Targaryen banner by age 18? Before we ride out, do hit that subscribe button and ring the bell so no story ever slips past you. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1. The bastard's truth: the dead did not breathe, and that was the first thing the living got wrong about them. Jon Snow had spent 2 days learning it the hard way, with a sword in his fist and ice in his lungs. And now he stood on the killing ground north of the wall and counted what the lesson had cost. 40 rangers had ridden out of the gate at Castle Black under the old gray banner of the Watch. 11 had walked back. The rest were somewhere out in the white, getting up again, because the things that hunted in the dark did not need to breathe and did not need to live and did not, so far as anyone had managed to prove, stop. He had brought one of them back in a sack. It thrashed against the canvas, a thing that had been a man named Garth 2 days ago and was something else this morning, and the sound it made was the worst part. Not a moan, a scraping, the dry scrape of fingernails that no longer knew they were broken. Sam had wanted to burn it. Jon had told him no, and the reasoning came cold and clean and quick. A burned white convinced no one. A white in a sack, opened at the right moment in the right hall before the right lord who would call you a frightened green boy with stories, was an argument. Leverage. He had not known he could think like that until the thought was finished. "You've gone somewhere," Sam said. He had a way of noticing. "I'm working out who's going to believe us," Jon said. "No one wants to believe us. That's different from no one believing us. It's the only difference that matters." Jon pulled his cloak tighter. The wind off the frost fangs had teeth, and it found every gap in wool and mail and worked at them with patience the dead would have admired. A man who wants the truth, you give him the truth. A man who doesn't, you make the lie more expensive than the truth. Then he buys. Tormund Giantsbane spat into the snow and it froze before it landed. Listen to the crow. Talks like a king and fights like a man who'd lose his head if he stopped. The wildling had thrown in with them 3 nights ago, when the dead had come up over a ridge in a wave, and the only question left worth asking was who you wanted at your back when the wave broke. Jon had decided he wanted Tormund. Tormund, it turned out, had decided the same about Jon, and the two of them had held a gap in the rocks while better men ran. And there was a kind of marriage in that no septon could make and no king could break. "How many of yours are left?" Jon asked. "Enough to be a problem for whoever doesn't feed them," Tormund said. "Not enough to stop what's coming. You've seen it now. You know how it adds up." He did know. That was the trouble with the dead. They did arithmetic. Every man who fell on the wrong side of a fight did not simply leave the field, he changed sides. A battle you half won still made the enemy stronger by half your dead. No attrition ground them down, no winter starved them, no honor made them hesitate at the moment that decided everything. They were a perfect army, the way a sum is perfect, and you did not beat a sum by being braver than it. You beat it by being larger. And the realms of men, just now, were busy making themselves smaller. That was the part that kept him awake, not the cold blue of the dead eyes. The map. South of the wall, the 7 kingdoms were eating themselves. Robert Baratheon dead of a boar or a cup of wine, depending on who told it. His widow's golden son on the Iron Throne, the old lion Tywin Lannister behind the throne with one hand on the boy king's shoulder, and the other around the realm's throat. Jon's brother Robb crowned king in the north with the river lords, steel behind him. Stannis Baratheon brooding on his rock with a red woman and a god of fire. Renly dead, his bannermen scattered like a bushel of roses kicked over in the dark. The Ironborn off the coasts, taking what they liked because no one was watching the sea. 8 realms that had been won, splitting along every old seam at once, and every lord of them spending his strength on the lord next to him, while the only enemy that could not be bargained with marched south through the snow. You could not unite that with a sword. Jon had thought, in the cold logic of the killing ground, that you probably could not unite it at all. But he had also thought, someone has to try, and the someone has to have an argument every lord will listen to, and right now there is no such argument and no such man. They burned the dead they could reach and carried the sack back through the gate, and the great ice tunnel swallowed them. And when Jon came out the other side into the yard of Castle Black, there was a man waiting who did not belong there. Small, mud-colored. A net over one shoulder and a frog spear in his hand, the gear of a crannogman from the bogs of the neck, 1,000 leagues from any place he ought to be. He looked at Jon the way no one had ever looked at him, not at the bastard of Winterfell, not past him to whatever lord might be standing behind him, but straight into his face, searching it, finding something there and going still when he found it. "You have your mother's eyes," the crannogman said. "I have wondered all these years whether you would." "My mother." Jon kept his voice flat because the alternative was to let it do something he could not afford. "No one knows my mother." "One man does," said Howland Reed. "He has carried it since before you could walk. He is tired of carrying it, and the world has gotten too cold for secrets that might keep it warm." Maester Aemon had not left his chambers in a year, and when Jon came in the old man was sitting by the brazier with his blind eyes turned toward the heat, as though he could see the red of it some other way. He was 102 years old. He was the most dangerous man in the castle, and not one brother in 50 understood why, and Jon understood it now better than he had an hour ago, because Howland Reed had come to Aemon first before he came to Jon, and Jon was beginning to see the shape of the reason. "They tell me a man of the green has come north," Aemon said, "and brought a story." "Sit, Jon." Howland Reed, sit. "There is no one here to overhear except the dead, and the dead, I am told, are coming anyway." Jon sat. The crannogman did not. He stood by the door with his back to the wood and his eyes on the room, the posture of a man who had spent his life being smaller than everyone else and surviving it by always knowing where the exits were. "Tell him," Aemon said. "I will tell you when you go wrong, Howland, for I knew them both. I knew Rhaegar when he was younger than this one. I held him when he was a babe at the breast, and I sang to him, and I was old even then." A sound came out of the old Maester that might have been a laugh in a younger throat. "A man lives long enough, he becomes the last witness to everything. It is a lonely office. I am glad to share it before I lay it down." So Howland Reed told it. He told it plainly, without ornament, which was the only way Jon would have believed it. The tourney at Harrenhal, where a crown of winter roses had gone to a girl who was not the prince's wife, and the whole realm had pretended not to see what it had seen. The girl carried off, or carried away. The word depended on whose blood ran in you when you told it. Robert's rebellion, blood from the trident to the walls of King's Landing, the Mad King's pyre dreams, Rhaegar dead in the river with rubies bleeding off his breastplate into the water. And after, when the war was won and the lions had done their work in the nursery of the Red Keep, 6 men riding to a tower in the Red Mountains of Dorne, where 3 of the finest knights in the world stood guard over a thing worth dying for. Sir Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning. Sir Oswell went. Sir Gerald Hightower, the White Bull, Lord Commander of the Kingsguard himself. Howland said, 3 white cloaks at a tower in the desert, while their king burned and their prince lay dead and the war had already been decided 100 leagues away. Ask yourself what 3 such men were guarding that they did not ride to die beside their king. Ask yourself what was worth more to them than that death. "You were there," Jon said. "I was there. I should not have lived to leave." "Your father," Howland stopped and corrected himself with a care that told Jon the correction had cost him something. "Ned Stark." Ned Stark should not have lived to leave either. 7 against 3, and the 3 were the best of an age. And at the end of it there were 2 of us standing in the blood, Ned and me, and the rest were food for the sand. And then Ned went up the tower stairs alone, and I waited at the bottom, And when he came down, he was carrying a newborn babe wrapped in a stark cloak, and there were tears on his face that the war had never put there. Lyanna died in a bed of blood, and she made him promise, and I have kept his secret because he kept his promise, and I am telling you now because the Maester is right. The world has gotten too cold for it. The brazier hissed. Out in the yard, a man was shouting at another man about firewood, and the ordinariness of it sat strangely against the room. "You're saying my father is not my father," Jon said. "I am saying Ned Stark loved you enough to be hated for you," Howland said. "He let his honor take the wound that your name would have taken. He let Catelyn Stark believe the worst of him for 16 years rather than risk one word reaching the wrong ear, because the wrong ear belonged to a man who had ordered the murder of 2 Targaryen children in their beds and would not have hesitated over a third. You were a bastard so that you could be alive. That was the whole of it. That was the love in it. And the rest," Aemon said softly, "is the part Howland has been afraid to say. Say it, Howland. He can carry weight. He has carried it all his life without knowing the shape of it." Howland Reed looked at Jon, and Jon looked back, and the crannogman said the thing that turned the world. "Lyanna was no man's mistress, and you are no man's bastard. There was a marriage." Rhaegar set Elia Martell aside. By what right and ritual I cannot fully say, but there was a septon and there were vows beneath a heart tree, and Lyanna believed herself a wife and died believing it. And the proof of it Ned Stark hid in the one place no king's man would ever think to dig. He drew breath. "A true-born son of Rhaegar Targaryen, elder than the boy the lions put to the sword in the nursery, for you were got first and born after. You are not the late king's bastard nephew. You are the rightful heir of the Iron Throne by every law that septons and lords have ever sworn upon. Aegon Targaryen, 6th of his name. They have been calling you Snow because the truth was a death sentence. The truth is still a death sentence. It is only that the alternative has become a death sentence for everyone." For a long moment Jon said nothing at all. He had imagined this once. Every motherless child does. He had imagined 100 mothers, queens and fishwives and dead girls who had loved his father and been forbidden. And he had put the imaginings away when he was old enough to know that the truth, whatever it was, would be smaller and sadder than the dream. He had made his peace with being no one's son, but a man who had been kind to him. And now a swamp lord with sad eyes was telling him he had been a king all along and had simply not been told. And the strangest thing, the thing that frightened him because it did not frighten him, was how little of him wanted to weep and how much of him had already begun to count. 8 realms. 1 enemy that did not breathe. An argument every lord would have to listen to if the man making it wore the right name. He had asked, on the killing ground, who would believe a frightened green boy with stories. He had his answer. No one would believe Jon Snow. They would have no choice but to reckon with Aegon Targaryen. "You want me to claim a throne," Jon said. "I want nothing," Howland said. "I am too old to want. I am telling you who you are. What you do with it is the gods' joke, not mine." But Aemon, blind and patient, leaned toward the heat and spoke like a man who had waited 100 years for the chance. "I will tell you what I wanted when I was young and they came to me," the old Maester said. "I was a Targaryen, Jon, Aemon of that house. There was a time the realm might have made me king, and I gave it up and took the black and the chain, because a Maester serves and does not rule, and I told myself the realm was better for it. Perhaps it was. But I have lived to see 5 kings die badly, and the realm I gave my crown to keep whole break apart in a single year, and I have asked myself, in the long nights, whether a man's honor is worth more than the realm his honor was supposed to protect. I do not have an answer, I only have a question, and now I have someone to give it to." He turned his ruined eyes toward Jon. "You took an oath. I know the oath. I have said it more times than you have drawn breath. The night gathers, and now my watch begins. It shall not end until my death. I am the shield that guards the realms of men. Tell me, Egon, what is the shield when the realm has shattered into 8 pieces and each piece is too small to guard itself? Jon understood then what the old man was doing. He was not releasing him from the oath. He was showing him that the oath, read true, had never meant what the cold brothers on the wall thought it meant. A shield that guarded one frozen edge of the realm, while the rest of the realm killed itself, was not a shield. It was a man standing at the door of a burning house, refusing to go inside because his post was the door. The watch is broken, Jon said slowly. We lost the half of it in 2 days. There is no wall to hold if there is no realm behind it to hold for, and there is no realm. There are 8 kings and no king. 7, now Renly's dead, Sam said from the doorway. He had come in without anyone marking it, as Sam tended to, his arms full of a thick book bound in cracked leather, his round face gone pale in the brazier light. He had clearly heard a great deal more than he was meant to. Forgive me. I was bringing the Meister the genealogies he asked for. I didn't mean to listen. He looked at Jon and something shifted behind his eyes, the first bending of the world to a new name. Gods, it's true, isn't it? It's actually true. I can see it now. The long face, the dark hair. Everyone always said you looked like Lord Stark, but you don't, not really. You look like a Stark. There's a difference, and I never could name it, and now I can. Samwell Tarly, Jon said. Tell me I'm wrong. About what? About all of it. Tell me there's a way to fight the dead with the realm as it is. 8 pieces. Every lord spending his levies on his neighbor. The Lannisters bleeding the riverlands white. The Ironborn burning the coasts. My brother's crown and Stannis's claim. And the Tyrells looking for whichever king will make their girl a queen. Tell me that army holds the wall. Sam was quiet for a while. He was the only man Jon had ever met whose silences were arguments in themselves, because Sam did not stay quiet out of cowardice or out of dullness, but because he was actually working the problem, and when his silence ended you generally had your answer whether you liked it or not. It doesn't hold the wall, Sam said at last. It can't. The dead don't care which king's man you are. They'll take the north first because the north's closest and emptiest. And your brother's army is mostly in the Riverlands killing Lannisters, and by the time the rest of the realm believes in the dead there'll be more dead than living to convince. The only thing that holds the wall is everything south of it pulling the same direction, and nothing makes lords pull the same direction except a king they've all sworn to, or a king they're all afraid of, usually both. He swallowed and looked at the book in his arms as though it had betrayed him by being right. You're asking me whether you should try to take the Iron Throne, and the awful thing is, I can't find the lie that lets me tell you number. That isn't a yes, Jon said. Number, it's worse than a yes you could argue with. They talked for half the night, the 4 of them, and Jon learned a great deal about the difference between wanting a thing and being made for it. He did not want the Iron Throne. Examining himself with the cold honesty the killing ground had taught him, he found the wanting simply absent, a tooth pulled long ago whose socket the tongue still searched from habit. He had wanted to be a Stark once, a true-born son with a true name, and that hunger had filled his boyhood so completely he had assumed all ambition felt like it. This did not. This felt like arithmetic. The realm needed a center, the center a name, and the name had landed on him by an accident of blood. The only question worth his time was whether refusing it was a kindness or a cowardice in humility's clothes. You're afraid you'd be bad at it, Howland observed. He had a swamp dweller's gift for seeing the ground under the words. I'm afraid I'd be good at it, Jon said, in the wrong way. 3 nights ago I watched men die so others could run, and I chose which men. Stand here, you, and you, the rest of you go. The ones I picked are dead now, and the ones I sent away are alive, and I would do it again exactly the same, and I felt. He stopped, hunting the honest word and refusing the easy one. Clear. Not glad, not sick. Clear the way a sum comes out even. A man who feels clear doing that should be watched. I'd want someone watching me. I don't know who watches a king. The realm watches a king, Eamon said. That is the whole of statecraft in the end. A king holds so much power that the only thing left strong enough to check him is the slow weight of every lord and small folk who can withdraw their belief. They cannot strike him down, but they can stop pulling his way all at once, as they have stopped pulling for the boy on the throne in King's Landing without ever drawing a sword. The war is the easy part. Any fool with swords can win a war. The hard part comes the morning after when the swords go home, and you must make 8 peoples who hate each other believe your peace is worth more than their grudges. Robert won his war and could not be bothered to win the peace, and so he left you this. His blind eyes swept the dark room and the broken watch and the cold beyond the walls. All of this. Jon sat with it. 8 kingdoms, each with its own price, and under all of them the dead doing their patient some in the snow. If I do this, he said, I don't do it the way Robert did. I won't win a throne and lose the realm. Taking King's Landing is the cheap part. I've seen what's left of the watch. I want. The word came before he had decided to say it, and once it was out he meant it more than anything he had ever said. I want to bind it, not conquer, bind. Every kingdom tied to the center by something stronger than fear, because fear is what Tywin Lannister rules with, and fear is exactly the thing the dead will break, since you cannot frighten a man into standing at a wall when the thing on the other side of the wall is more frightening than his king. I want oaths they'll keep when I'm not looking, marriages with grandchildren in them, charters a lord can hold in his hand and read to his sons. I want a realm that holds together because every part of it has decided for its own cold reasons that it's better off whole. That's the only realm that survives the winter. Conquest doesn't survive winter, only consent does. Silence in the room. Then Sam, quietly, with the particular awe of a scholar watching a theory he had only read about, stand up and start walking. That's the hardest thing anyone's ever tried to do. You know that. Aegon the Conqueror had dragons and he still couldn't make Dorne love him. You don't have dragons. No, Jon agreed. I have something slower and harder to burn. I have a reason every one of them can be made to see if I'm patient and ruthless enough to put it in front of them in the language each of them speaks. The Northern Lords speak honor and old debts. The Vale speaks gold and pride. The Freys speak grudges and titles. Dorne speaks vengeance. The Reach speaks ambition. The Ironborn speak plunder. Tywin speaks fear, and fear is the one thing I can't outbid, so Tywin I'll have to break. The rest I can buy, not with coin. With the truth, dressed in whatever clothes each of them will let it in the door wearing. The truth being that the dead are coming, and a divided realm dies, and I am the only door wide enough for all of them to walk through without losing face. And when they ask why they should trust a boy who was a bastard yesterday and a king today, Howland said, it was not an objection. It was a tutor handing his student the next problem. Then I show them the thing in the sack, Jon said, and I let it convince them that the world has changed too much for them to keep ruling it the way they ruled it last year. Fear of the dead I can use, where fear of me would only make them dig in. Every lord will keep his own throne longest by helping me build a bigger one over all of them, because the bigger throne is the only thing tall enough to see the enemy coming. That's the argument. That's the whole campaign. The war is just the part where the men who refuse to do the arithmetic get removed from it. Eamon was smiling. Jon could hear it in his voice, though the old face barely moved. You said you did not want it, the Maester said. I believe you. That is precisely why I think you might survive it. The men who want the throne for itself wear out quickly because the throne does not love them back. You want the realm. The realm is a thing a man can serve for 40 years and never finish, and a man who can never finish his work has no reason to grow cruel from getting it. He reached out a withered hand and Jon took it, and the old fingers were cold and strong. "Go south, Egon. I will not see how it ends. I will be a small heap of ash on the wall before the year turns, and that is well, for I have seen enough endings. But I knew Rhaegar, and I will tell you the truest thing I know of your father, and you may make of it what you will. He read a prophecy in a book as a boy and believed it named him the savior of the world, and the belief made him gentle, and then strange, and then it killed him and a great many others, because a man certain he is the hero of the story will burn the world down to play his part in it. Do not be certain. Be useful. The realm does not need a hero, it has had quite enough of those. It needs a man who will do the unglamorous work of making 8 enemies into 1 army, and lose sleep over the cost, and do it anyway. Be that, and you will be more than your father was, name or no name." They left the wall 3 days later, when the thing in the sack had stopped thrashing because they had finally let Sam burn it, having first shown it to the 12 highest brothers of the Watch, so that there would be witnesses no Southron lord could dismiss as a Stark's invention. The Watch, what remained of it, did not so much release Jon from his vows as agree, in the grim arithmetic of men who had buried half their brothers, that the vows were better served south of the wall than north of it, for the present. They gave him Ghost, who had never left him anyway. They gave him a sworn brother's pledge that if he could raise an army for the realm, the Watch would send word the day the dead reached the wall in force, and that this word, when it came, would be the truest summons any king had ever received. And they gave him, unexpectedly, the wildlings. "You'll want us," Tormund said, while they stood in the gate with the wind pulling at them. "Not for the swords, though we've got swords. For the proof. A Southron lord can call a crow a liar. He can't call the free folk a liar, because he spent his whole life sure we'd eat his children, and now here we come marching south behind your dragon banner. What in the 7 cold hells," he asks himself, "could make the wildlings run toward the kneelers?" And the answer's the only true thing he's let himself believe all year. We're your argument with legs, crow, cheaper than a dragon, and we eat less. Jon looked at the line of them, hard, pale people who had spent their lives on the wrong side of a wall built to keep them out, and understood that the work had already begun. Here was the first stitch. The free folk and the Watch, 2 peoples who had killed each other for 8,000 years, riding under one banner because the dead had made their enmity a single problem with a single answer. If he could do it here in the cold with these 2, he could do it anywhere. He would have to. "We ride for Winterfell," he told them. "My brother wears a crown there. I'm going to ask him to take it off, or to let me build a bigger one over it, and he's going to look at me like a brother come home wearing a stranger's face. That's the first kingdom. If I can't have the North, I can't have any of them, because the North is the only one that will believe me before I've proven it. Everything else I'll have to earn the hard way." He swung up into the saddle, and Ghost fell in at the stirrup, white on white in the snow. 8 kingdoms. 2 years, give or take, before the cold makes the roads impassable and the dead make the question moot. I'd say it can't be done, except I've stopped saying that about things. The dead taught me. They taught me you don't get to choose your problems. You only get to choose whether you do the arithmetic or let someone else do it badly. "That's a grim song to ride out on," Sam said, gathering his reins with the grace of a sack of turnips. "It's the only one I know the words to," Jon said. "We'll learn a better one south, or we won't, and the dead will sing it for us." He turned the horse south. The wind came off the wall at his back for once instead of his face, pushing him toward the realm he meant to save from itself. And Jon Snow, who had been a bastard at dawn, and was something far more dangerous by dusk, rode down out of the cold to begin the work that would either bind the 7 kingdoms into one or break him in the binding. Behind him the wall stood white against a white sky, holding back the dark a little longer, waiting to learn whether the new-made king it had forged could build in 2 years what 8,000 years of better men never had. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. The Wolf's Crown. Word of the wildlings reached Winterfell a day before Jon did, and so the gates were shut and the walls were lined with crossbows when he came down the King's Road, which told him most of what he needed to know about how the conversation was going to go. He had expected it. You could not march 2,000 free folk to within sight of a northern keep and have anyone open a gate for you, no matter whose banner you flew. So he had left Tormund and the wildlings camped a league back, on a low rise where the watchers on the walls could count them, and see they had pitched no siege and built no rams. And he had ridden the last league with Sam and Ghost and 6 men, under a peace banner and the grey direwolf of House Stark, because the direwolf was the only flag in the world that Winterfell would let through its gate without an arrow attached. The arrow came anyway, in a manner of speaking. It came in the shape of his brother on the battlements. Far enough, Robb called down. He wore a crown. That was the thing Jon's eye went to and could not leave. A circlet of hammered bronze set with iron, the old crown of the kings of winter that the smiths of the north had beaten back into being from a memory and a song, and it sat on Robb Stark's auburn head as though it had always meant to. They tell me you've brought the wildlings over the wall, Jon. They tell me Mance Raider's people are camped on my land. I've hanged men for less. Give me a reason I shouldn't think the cold's taken your wits, because right now that's the kindest story I've got. I'll give you a better one than that, Jon said. Open the gate and I'll give you the truth, and you won't like it and you'll believe it anyway because you've known me your whole life and you know I've never once lied to you about anything that mattered. Did I when we were boys? A pause on the wall. The wind moved the banners. No, Robb said. You never did. You were the only one who didn't. He turned his head, said something to a man Jon could not see, and after a moment the great gate of Winterfell groaned and began to rise. 6 men. The White Wolf can come. The wildlings stay where they are, and if one of them moves toward my walls I'll have the lot of you for it. Brother or number, those are my terms. You sound like a king, Jon said. I am a king, Robb said, without pleasure in it, and went down to meet him. They did not embrace in the yard. There were too many eyes, and a king who wept on his bastard brother's neck in front of his garrison was a king who had told his lord something he had not yet decided to tell them. So they clasped arms, hard, the grip of men who had wrestled in this same yard as children, and Robb held the grip a beat longer than the gesture required, and that was the whole of the reunion that the watching North was permitted to see. The rest of it happened behind a closed door. Robb Solar had been their father-s, and Ned Stark's ghost was thick in it. The heavy desk, the worn chair, the window that looked down on the godswood where the heart tree bled its red leaves into the gray afternoon. Robb took the chair because a king sat. Catelyn Stark stood at his shoulder and her eyes were on Jon, and they had not warmed by a single degree in all the years Jon had known them, and he had stopped expecting them to a long time ago. Say it, Robb said. Whatever brought you down off the wall with an army of wildlings at your back? Say it plain. I've a war in the Riverlands going badly and a brother turned up at my gate flying my own banner, and I've no patience left for the long road to a thing. So Jon said it plain. He told them what he had seen north of the wall, the dead that did not breathe and the cold that walked on 2 legs, and he set the matter of the sack before them. A white, bound and burned now but witnessed by a dozen sworn brothers of the Watch, men of names the North would know. He told them the Watch was broken, half its strength gone in 2 days, and that what was coming would come for the North first because the North was nearest and emptiest, and then because there was no gentle road to it. He told them who his mother was and who his father was, and what Howland Reed had carried out of a tower in the Red Mountains of Dorne 16 years ago. Robb did not speak for a long while. Catelyn spoke first. "It's a lie," she said, but the word came out without its full weight, because some part of her had already done the arithmetic Jon had done on the wall, and the arithmetic ran in a direction she had not expected and could not entirely hate. Ned would have told me. 16 years. He let me believe. He let me hate a child, Rob. He let me look at that face across my own hall for 16 years and think it was the proof of the one time your father failed me. And you're telling me it was never that at all. That he was never unfaithful. That he carried his sister's son and let me make him a villain for it rather than risk one word reaching the Lannisters. Her voice did something then, some catch she mastered before it finished. If that's true, then I wronged a motherless child every day of his life for a sin his father never committed, and I will not believe it, because the alternative is a thing I cannot carry. You can put it down later, Jon said, as gently as he had it in him. I'm not here to make you carry it. I'm here because the dead don't care which of us was wronged. Lady Stark, I never wanted your love. I wanted to stop being the reason your husband looked guilty, and now I know I never was, and that's worth more to me than you'll credit. But that's a small thing set against the rest, and we don't have time for small things. Rob stood. He went to the window and looked down at the godswood, and the crown caught the gray light, and when he spoke to the heart tree rather than to either of them. Howland Reed is here, he said. It was not a question. You didn't come to me with a story you couldn't prove. You're not built that way. He's in the camp or he's in this castle, and he'll swear it on the old gods under that tree where no man lies. And there's more. There's always more with father's secrets. He turned. Where's the proof, Jon? The marriage. A crannogman's oath moves the north because the north trusts the reeds, but it won't move the reach or the vale or the lions. For that you need something a maester can hold in his hands. Where did he put it? In the one place no king's man would ever dig, Jon said, and he found he already knew the answer, had known it from the moment Howland spoke the words on the wall, because there was only one place in the world his father would have trusted with the proof of his sister's marriage. In her tomb. He hid it with Lyanna, in the crypts, under the stone with her face on it, where Robert Baratheon laid a wreath every year and never once thought to look at the thing his whole rebellion had been built on top of. The silence after that had weight. Then let's go and dig up my aunt, Rob said. The crypts of Winterfell were older than the castle above them, older than the wall, old as the North's memory of itself. And the cold down there was a different cold than the cold outside, a still and patient cold that had never known the sun. They went down with torches. Rob, Jon, Howland Reed, and Midge Mormont, because Rob wanted a witness from the great houses whose word the other lords would not doubt, and Lady Mormont had buried 2 daughters and was afraid of nothing in this world or the one below it. The Stone Kings watched them pass, Brandon the Builder, Torrhen the king who knelt, kings of winter going back into the dark, each with a direwolf at his feet and an iron sword across his knees to keep the vengeful spirits in their tombs. And Jon had walked this passage 100 times as a child and been afraid, and he was not afraid now, because he had seen the thing the iron swords were meant to hold back, and it did not live in tombs. Lyanna's statue was newer than the rest and not as fine. A slim girl in stone, her face soft and grave, a wreath of carved roses in her stone hands. Robert had paid for that. Robert had loved a girl he had never really known and built a war on the loving, and had come here once a year to lay flowers at the feet of a woman who had not died for him, had died bearing the child of the man he hated most, and had hidden that child's truth in her own grave like a last small act of defiance against the world that had failed to save her. It took the 4 of them to move the slab. Beneath it, where a maester might have expected bones and dust, there was a cedar box bound in iron, and inside the box, wrapped in oilcloth against the damp, there were 3 things. A lock of dark hair, tied with a faded ribbon, a letter in a woman's hand, the ink brown but the words clear, That began my dearest Ned, and that Rob read once to himself and then could not read aloud, and folded away, and that Jon did not ask to see, because some doors a man leaves shut. And a parchment, sealed with the seal of a septon and signed in 2 hands, one of them a prince S and one of them a girl S, witnessed beneath a heart tree in the Dornish hills, joining Rhaegar of House Targaryen and Lyanna of House Stark in the sight of gods old and new. Midge Mormont read it 3 times. She was no Meister, but she could read, and she had a soldier's distrust of paper that lords waved about, and when she had read it 3 times she looked up at Jon with her hard old eyes and said the thing that made it real. "I knew your mother," she said. "Not well. She was a wild thing, and she rode like a man and laughed too loud for a lady, and I liked her for it. This is her hand. I'd not swear to a prince's seal, for I never saw one, but I'd swear to Lyanna Stark's hand in a hall full of lords, and I'll swear to it for you, Targaryen or Stark, or whatever the gods have made you." She rolled the parchment with care. "The North will want to hear it from its own, not from a Southron septon's wax, from a Mormont and a Reed and the king in the North, standing over the dead girl's grave. That's proof the North understands. The rest of the realm can argue about the wax." "That's exactly the proof I need," Jon said, "and exactly the lords I need to give it. Lady Mormont, you've just won me the North better than any battle could. Now I have to win it a second time in the hall, in front of men who'd rather die free than kneel to anyone south of the neck. Including, I think, my brother." Rob said nothing. He was looking at the letter he had folded away, the one that began "My dearest Ned," and the crown of the kings of winter sat on his head, and Jon understood that the next conversation was the one that mattered, and that it was not going to happen in front of Midge Mormont. It happened that night, the 2 of them alone, with a flagon between them that neither of them drank from very much. "You know what you're asking me," Rob said. "Say it out loud, so we're both honest about it." "You're asking me to take off this crown." "I'm asking you to put it down so we can pick up a bigger one together," Jon said. "There's a difference, and I need you to see it, because if you don't see it we're going to break here, the 2 of us, and the realm breaks with us. Spare me the song. I've lords who'll sing it for you. What I want from you is the truth, the way you gave it to me at the gate." Rob turned the bronze circlet in his hands. He had taken it off to look at it, which Jon counted as the first good sign of the night. "They put this on my head in a hall full of grief, Jon. Father dead, Sansa and Arya gods know where, the riverlands burning, and the great Jon stood up and put his sword between my feet and called me the king in the North and the king of the Trident, and for a moment I believed it would be enough, that we'd hold the North and the rivers and let the South rot in its own poison. I was wrong. I've known I was wrong for months. We've won every battle and we're losing the war, because we can't take King's Landing and we can't go home and stay home. And every moon I sit here a king, the Lannisters get richer and we get poorer. And the only thing my crown S bought me is 100 lords who'll die for me, and not one ally who'll feed me." He set the crown on the table between them. "And now you tell me there's a thing in the snow that makes all of it a children's game. The dead. The actual dead. And you've a claim to the only chair tall enough to make the whole realm look north at once." "I have a claim I don't want," Jon said. "I want you to understand that, because it's the only thing that makes the rest of it bearable. I'm not taking your crown because I covet it. I'm taking it because the realm needs one head wearing one crown, and the gods played a joke and put the claim on me, and refusing it out of love for you would be the most selfish thing I've ever done, because it'd be choosing your feelings and mine over 40,000 small folk who'll be whites by spring if no one unites the South." "Pretty," Rob said. "Now the part you're not saying. What do I get?" And there it was. The arithmetic, surfacing in his brother the way it had surfaced in Jon on the killing ground, because Robb Stark had been raised to rule, and a year of war had finished the schooling, And a king who asked, "What do I get?" was not a king to be moved by songs about the dead. He was a king to be bargained with. Jon found he respected the question more than any amount of weeping would have earned. "You get the North," Jon said. "Not as a conquest, as a charter. I'll set it in writing, sealed and witnessed, and I'll swear it under the heart tree where you can hold me to it. The North keeps its own laws, the old laws, the first men's laws. No Southron septon tells a northern lord how to worship. The warden of the North answers to the Iron Throne in war and in nothing else. No crown taxes on northern grain in winter. And the title that holds all of it isn't lord or master. It's king in the North, kept in your house, passed to your sons, bent to the dragon only in the way a man bends to his own elder brother by choice, renewed in every generation, never by a boot on the neck. You'll wear that crown, Robb. You'll just wear it under mine, and the day a Targaryen forgets the charter is the day the North is free of it by its own terms. I'll write that part in two. I'll write you the right to leave." Robb stared at him. "You give me the right to leave," he said slowly. "You'd put it in the document. The one thing every king since the Conqueror spent blood to deny us, the right to walk away, and you'd hand it to me in ink. A realm that holds because no one's allowed to leave isn't held," Jon said. "It's just waiting. Tywin holds the South that way, and the moment he dies it'll fly apart, because fear is the cheapest glue and the first to fail. I don't want a North that stays because it can't run. I want a North that stays because every winter when the question comes up, the lords look at the charter and the dead and the dragon banner and they decide freely that they're better off in than out. That's the only North worth having. That's the only realm worth having. And you, brother, are the man who makes the North choose it, every generation forever, which is a harder and better crown than the one sitting on this table." He pushed the flagon aside so there was nothing between them but the bronze. "And you'll be my hand. Warden of the North in the North, and hand of the king in the South, the second man in the realm, the one who tells me when I'm wrong, because I'll be wrong, Robb. I'll be wrong in ways that get people killed. And I need one man in the world with the standing to grab my arm and the love to do it. That's the offer. The crown stays in your house and you stand at my right hand and we do the impossible thing together, or you keep the little crown and we both lose everything to the cold. Choose." The fire cracked. Outside, faint, a wolf that was not ghost answered a wolf that was, the two of them calling across the dark to each other as they had as pups. Robb picked up the crown. He looked at it a while. Then he set it back on his head, and Jon's chest tightened before he understood what his brother was doing, because Robb did not take it off again. He left it on, and he went down to one knee on the cold stone of their father's solar, the king in the North kneeling with his crown still on his head, and that was the answer and the bargain both, kept in a single gesture that no scribe would ever fully capture. I keep my crown and I give you my knee, and the two are not in conflict because you wrote me the right to stand back up. "Get off the floor," Jon said, and his voice was not quite steady. "You're a king. Kings don't kneel on cold stone. They catch chills and then their hands have to run the realm while they sweat it out, and I've enough to do." Robb stood and gripped his arm again, the same hard grip from the yard, and this time there were no eyes to perform for, and it lasted as long as it lasted. "You're going to be insufferable about this," Robb said. "A king. My little brother who couldn't hold his temper with a wooden sword. The realm has no idea what's coming." "Neither do I," Jon admitted. "That's why I need you. Now sit down, Your Grace, and let's talk about the phrase, because the next kingdom I have to bind is the rivers, and the only road south runs across a bridge owned by the pettiest old man in Westeros, and you, my newly sworn hand, are going to help me find his price." The great hall of Winterfell had not held all the North's lords at once since before the war, and it did not hold all of them now, but it held enough. The great Jon Umber, vast and loud, with his maimed hand wrapped in leather where a white sun had cost him 2 fingers in the riverlands. Rickard Karstark, gaunt and grieving for sons the lions had killed. Wyman Manderley of White Harbor, fat and shrewd and the richest man north of the Neck, who controlled the only port that mattered, Galbart Glover, Meege Mormont with her parchment, and Howland Reed, small and still by the dais, the only man present who had stood at the tower where it all began. Jon did not let them debate his blood first. He had learned that much from the wall. You did not open with the argument a man could dig into. You opened with the thing that changed the ground under his feet. He had the white's bones brought into the hall, not the burned remains alone. He had Sam read out the names of the witnesses, the sworn brothers, men these lords had sent sons and brothers to the wall beside. He had Tormund Giantsbane brought in under guard, a wildling chief walking willingly into a northern hall, and he let the lords look at him and answer for themselves the question Tormund had named on the wall. What in the cold hells could make the free folk march toward the kneelers? And when the hall was full of that question, when even the Greatjon had gone quiet, Jon told them the dead were coming, and that the North would meet them first and alone, unless the whole realm could be made to face the same way at the same time, and that he, God's help them all, was the only living man with a claim large enough to turn the realm's head. Then and only then did Meege Mormont read the parchment over the memory of Lyanna Stark, and Howland Reed swear his oath, and Robb Stark rise with his crown on his head and tell his lords what he had decided in the night. The Greatjon was first on his feet, as he was first into everything. "A dragon," he bellowed, and the word bounced off the stone. "You want us to bend the knee to a dragon? My grandfather's grandfather burned rather than kneel to dragons. They roasted the king of the North on his own throne and called it justice, and now you stand in this hall and ask me to." "I ask you nothing," Jon said, and he did not raise his voice, which made the hall lean in to hear him, which was the point. "Read the charter, my lord. I'm not Aegon the Conqueror. He came with dragons and took your knee at sword point and gave you nothing for it but the privilege of living. I come with a piece of paper that gives you back the right his dragons took, the right to lead, the right to your own gods and your own laws and your own grain. Aegon made you kneel. I'm asking you to choose and writing you the door to walk out of if you ever decide you chose wrong. When in 8,000 years has a king ever offered the North that? Your grandfather's grandfather burned because the dragons gave him no third option between kneeling and ash. I'm giving you the third option. I'm giving you a hand on a charter instead of a boot on your neck. Tell me which king of the South ever did, and I'll sit down and let you hang me for a wildling lover." The Greatjon's mouth worked. He looked at the charter in Meege Mormont's hand, and at the burned bones, and at Tormund standing alive and unbowed in a hall that should by every law of the last age have killed him on sight, and the great fingers of his good hand flexed once and went still. "My sons are dead," Rickard Karstark said into the silence before the Greatjon could find his feet again. His voice was a dead thing, scraped hollow. "The lions killed them. You're telling me the dead are coming, dragon, and I'll tell you something back. Half of me would welcome them. Half of me would walk out into the snow and lie down and let the cold take what's left, because there's nothing here the living can give me any more. The other half," his gray eyes came up, "the other half wants to live long enough to put a blade in Tywin Lannister, and you're the only man in this hall with a road that ends at his gate. So I'll have it straight. You bind the North, you bind the rivers, you march south, and somewhere at the end of it there's a reckoning with the men who killed my boys. Swear me that, and I don't care if you're a dragon or a fish. I'll follow the road that ends at Casterly Rock." "I swear it," Jon said, "not as a gift to you. As policy. The Lannisters are the one power in the realm that rules by fear alone, and fear is the glue that fails when the dead come, so the Lannisters have to break before the realm can hold. Your vengeance and my statecraft point at the same wall, Lord Karstark. We'll throw ourselves at it together." It was Wyman Manderley who closed it, in the end, because the richest man always closed it, and Manderley had been doing arithmetic of his own all the while behind his soft, fat face. "White Harbor is the only deep port in the north," he said, mild as milk. "My ships are the only ships. An army that marches south on the King's Road starves in the snow. An army that ships its grain down the White Knife and around to the rivers eats all winter. I mention this only so that we are all clear about what I bring to a king's table, which is more than swords. I bring the means to feed the swords." He folded his hands over his belly. "I have a granddaughter or two, and a fleet, and a grudge against the Freys older than this war. For they murdered no kin of mine, but they are up-jumped toll collectors who think a bridge makes them lords, and it would please me to see them taught otherwise. Give me a Manderley match worth the having when the binding's done, your grace." And he inclined his head to Jon, the first man in the hall to give him the title, doing it deliberately, a merchant choosing his moment, and White Harbor's grain and White Harbor's ships are the dragon, all the way to the walls of King's Landing. That's my price. I find I'm not ashamed of it. "You shouldn't be," Jon said. "A lord who names his price is a lord I can do business with. It's the ones who pretend they haven't got one who knife you in the dark. You'll have your match, Lord Manderley, and a seat on the council that decides the realm's grain, because a man who can feed an army in winter is worth 10 who can only fight in summer." He looked out over the hall, the loud lord gone quiet, the grieving lord leaning toward the road south, the rich lord bought fair and admitting it, and he felt the thing settle into place that he had not let himself name since the wall. The North was not conquered. The North was bought, and oathed, and chartered, and it would hold, because every lord in the hall had found his own cold reason to want it held. Robb came to stand beside him on the dais, crown on his head, hand of the king by his own choosing, and together the dragon and the wolf looked down at the men who would carry them south. "Bring the banner," Robb said. They brought it. The seamstresses of Winterfell had worked 3 days on it in secret, on Robb's order before he had even decided, because a king plans for the choice he means to make. The gray direwolf of Stark running across the white, and above it, red on black, the 3-headed dragon of House Targaryen, the 2 beasts sharing one field as they never had in the memory of the world. The hall looked at it. Then the great Jon Umber, who had threatened to hang the lot of them an hour before, drew his sword and laid it ringing on the stone at Jon's feet, because that was how the great Jon changed his mind, all at once and at the top of his lungs. "The dragon and the wolf." He roared, and the hall took it up, and the old stones of Winterfell that had heard the king in the north proclaimed a year ago heard a stranger and larger thing proclaimed now. And outside in the dark the free folk heard the noise and did not know what it meant. And Tormund grinned his red grin and said to no one in particular that the kneelers were finally learning to howl. The first kingdom was bound. 7 remained, and the easy one was behind him. Chapter 2, End Chapter 3. The Crossing and the Trident, the twins, were 2 ugly castles joined by a bridge, and the bridge was the only thing in 300 miles that let an army cross the Green Fork without drowning, and Walder Frey knew it, which was the entire reason Walder Frey mattered to anyone. Take away the bridge, and he was a quarrelsome old lord in a wet country with too many descendants. Leave him the bridge, and he was a man who could decide wars by deciding which way to look. Jon had been thinking about Walder Frey for 9 days, ever since they crossed the neck, and he had reached a conclusion that he laid out for Robb and the lords in a cold tent on the north bank while the rain hammered the canvas. "He's going to betray us," Jon said. "I want to start there, because everyone in this tent is going to spend the next hour explaining to me why he might not, and I don't want to waste the hour. Walder Frey has betrayed every lord he ever served the moment the wind turned. He betrayed the Targaryens for Robert at the Trident, came up late on purpose to join whichever side won, and they've called him the late Lord Frey ever since, and he's never forgiven the joke. A man like that doesn't have loyalty. He has a ledger, so we don't appeal to his honor because he hasn't got one. We make the ledger come out our way, and then we make sure that even if it doesn't, the betrayal kills him before it kills us. He's my grandfather by my mother's blood, Robb said. Or near enough. Lord of the Crossing. You want to insult him into an alliance. I want to buy him into one and frighten him out of the alternative. And I'll be polite the whole time, because politeness costs nothing and old men who feel slighted start wars over it. Jon spread a square of oiled parchment on the camp table. It was a letter, the ink run in places from the rain it had ridden through. 3 days ago, one of Manderly's ships took a fishing skiff off the river mouth that was carrying a man who was carrying this. It's from Tywin Lannister's pet, Lord Tywin's Grandmeister, to Walder Frey. It offers him Riverrun. Lord Paramount of the Trident, the seat of his liege lords, the Tullys turned out and the Freys put in their place in exchange for one thing, our heads, at a feast. Under guest right, with the bread and salt still in our bellies, because that's the only way a man takes the heads of an army that outnumbers him 10-1. You invite them in, you feed them, you wait until the wine's done its work, and you bar the doors. The tent went quiet, the rain filled it. Guest right, the great Jon said, and there was a low animal sound under the words. He'd break guest right, the old gods and the new, he'd do it gladly and sleep well after, because to Walder Frey guest right is a Southron superstition that other men are stupid enough to honor, Jon said, which is exactly why we're going to win. He thinks the trap is his. He thinks he's the cleverest cruel old man in Westeros, and for 60 years he's been right, and that certainty is the loosest brick in his wall. We're not going to refuse the feast. We're going to accept it. And we're going to make sure that the night he springs his trap is the night he discovers that someone finally outplayed him in his own hall with his own family, and that's a death I'm content to give a man who'd murder my brother over bread. Robb looked at the letter, and at Jon, and something in his face shifted toward the cold place where the work got done. Tell me how. First, I need his price written down where he can't deny giving it, Jon said. Then I need a Frey who wants the old man dead more than he wants to be loyal to him. And the good news about a man with 100 descendants is that at least 90 of them are waiting for him to die so they can stop being poor. Then I need Manderly's ships where the river bends. Then I need you, brother, to do the one thing that costs you the most, and I'm sorry for it, because I know what it is, and I know you'll hate me a little. I need you to offer to marry his daughter. Robb was quiet a moment. I thought, he said, that when I wed it would be for something larger than a bridge, a great house, an alliance worth a crown. It is worth a crown. It's worth all of them, because without the crossing there's no march south and no realm, and the cold takes everyone, including whatever great house you'd rather have married into. Jon's voice gentled, because this was the one cut he was making in his own brother's flesh, and he would not pretend otherwise. I'm not asking you to love her. I'm asking you to give a frightened old man a grandchild with Frey blood and Stark blood, and a claim to nothing in particular, the harmless prize that makes a man like Walder feel he's finally been let into the room. Rosalind Frey is said to be gentle. You could do far worse than gentle, and so could the realm. Half the North will grumble that a Stark wed below the salt, Galbart Glover said. Then the lords can carry the grumble to the dead and ask them whether a bridge was worth a Frey bride. A king who won't trade a marriage for a kingdom isn't humble, he's useless. I'll trade my own hand before the end when I find the kingdom that's worth it, because that's the coin we deal in now. Flesh and oaths and grandchildren. It's an old trade and an ugly one, and it has kept more peace than every sword ever forged. The The hall of the twins smelled of wet dog and old rushes, and Walder Frey sat at the high seat like a weasel propped up in a lord's robes, 91 years old and outliving everyone out of pure spite, and he made Jon and Robb stand a while before he acknowledged them, which Jon allowed, because a man who needed you to feel small was a man telling you exactly where to push. So, Walder Frey said at last, "The king in the north that was, and the dragon bastard that's supposed to be, come to my house. Come to beg my bridge. They all come to beg my bridge, sooner or later, the great lords, with their noses in the air the rest of the year, and their caps in their hands when the river's high." He cackled a wet sound. "Your lady mother crossed it once, boy, your grandmother that should have been, and she promised me marriages, and then the great Lord Stark went and got himself killed and the promises went with him. I'm an old man. I don't trust promises from people who keep dying. What have you brought me that's better than promises?" "Certainty," Jon said. "And a written contract, sealed and witnessed by 4 lords whose word the realm can't dismiss, that does everything my late father's promise did and more, with penalties written into it that fall on me, not you, if I break it. You don't trust promises, my lord. Good. Neither do I. So I've brought you a thing that isn't a promise. I've brought you law." He laid the contract on the table. Walder Frey's clouded eyes flicked to it and away, pretending indifference, fooling no one, because a man who had spent 90 years collecting grievances could not help but want to see his grievances finally weighed and paid. Jon read it to him, because reading it aloud made the watching Frey haul witnesses, and witnesses were the point. Robb Stark, Warden of the North and Hand of the King, would wed Rosalind Frey, and the heirs of that marriage would carry Frey blood into the second house of the realm. A Frey son would hold the rebuilt holdfast at the Ruby Ford with lands to match, a true lordship, not a castellan's loan. The slur of late Lord Frey would be struck from every royal record, and a Frey would sit on the small council as Master of Coin's deputy, near the gold, where the family had always wanted to be. And the crossing itself would be confirmed to House Frey forever, with the right to toll all traffic but the king's host, which would pass free. "Pretty," Walder Frey said when Jon had finished. The old man's tongue worked over his gums. "Very pretty. The Lannisters were prettier. The Lannisters offered me Riverrun." He said it to watch their faces. He was a cruel old creature, and he had decided to enjoy the one card he was sure they didn't know he held, and Jon let him have the pleasure for exactly as long as it took to ruin it. "I know they did," Jon said. "Here's the letter." He set the second parchment beside the first. For the length of a held breath the Lord of the Crossing did not move, and in that stillness Jon watched a lifetime of certainty develop a crack, because Walder Frey had built his whole long, miserable life on the rule that he was always the one who knew the secret, and a boy had just laid his secret on the table in front of his own sons. "You read my letters," Walder said. The cackle was gone. "I read the letters the Lannisters send across my river, yes," Jon said. "I'd be a fool not to. My lord, let me tell you what's about to happen, and then let me tell you the 2 ways it can go, and you choose, because I'm a great believer in letting men choose their own ends. You're going to feast us 3 nights from now, because you've already told Tywin Lannister you will, and you can't untell him without explaining why. And a Frey who fails the Lannisters loses Riverrun, and a Frey who fails me loses the bridge, and you don't like to lose anything, ever. It's the one consistent thing about you. So the feast happens. The question is only what happens at the feast, and the answer to that question, my lord, has already been decided, and not by you, and that's the part you're going to find hard because it's never once happened to you before." Black Walder, the grandson, had his hand on his sword. Half the Frey hall had hands on swords. Jon did not look at them. He looked at the old man, and he kept his voice level and almost kind, which was crueler than shouting. 3 of your sons came to me last night. Jon said. I won't tell you which 3, because then you'd kill them, and I find I'd rather you spent the rest of your short life not knowing, looking at all of them across this hall, wondering. They came because they've done the arithmetic that you taught them, my lord. You taught it to them yourself with 90 years of teaching them that loyalty is for fools and a man takes the winning side. They watched you teach it and they learned it, and now they're using it on you, which is the only ending a man like you was ever going to get. You raised a house of Walder Freys. Did you think they'd be loyal to you of all people? They want what you want. They want to back the winner. And they've decided the winner is the dragon who crossed the neck with 20,000 swords and Manderley's fleet at the river's mouth, and not the old man who's going to be dead by spring of natural causes if he's lucky, and unnatural ones if he's clever enough to make a deal that keeps him alive. He let it sit. Then he gave Walder Frey the door, because a cornered animal that sees no door fights, and Jon did not want to fight in this hall. Here's the deal that keeps you alive and rich and lord of the crossing till the gods finally lose patience, Jon said. You feast us. Nothing happens at the feast but wine and a wedding contract signed. You hand me, before the feast, the men of your garrison who were told what the feast was for, and I deal with them quietly. And the world hears that Lord Walder Frey stood with the dragon from the first and was rewarded for it. You get the contract I read you, every word of it, more than the Lannisters offered, with the small difference that mine doesn't require you to break guest right in front of your own gods and stake your house's name on a murder that the whole North will spend 300 years avenging. Or, Jon gathered the Lannister letter and tucked it away. Or we do it the other way, where you try your trap and discover that I've already bought the men who'd have to bar the doors, and your sons open them instead, and the late Lord Frey ends his life as the man who reached for one castle too many and lost his head in his own hall. Your ledger, my lord. You've spent your life keeping it. Add it up. Walder Frey was a coward, and a coward who has been shown the knife is the most reasonable man in the world. He chose the contract. Of course he chose the contract, but Jon had not lied about the 3 sons, and he had not lied about the garrison. And when the feast came 3 nights later, it was exactly as dull as he had promised. Wine and a wedding signed, and Rosalind Frey weeping in a way that her bridegroom would spend years learning, were the right kind of tears. And the men who had been told to bar the doors had been gone 2 days by then, taken quietly to a ship. Because Jon had decided that hanging them in the yard would teach Walder defiance, and removing them without ceremony would teach him fear, and fear was the lesson he wanted the old man to keep. There had been one moment, deep in the feast, with the wine run low, the musicians in the gallery slid into the Rains of Castamere. The song the Lannisters played when a house was about to be wiped out, and Walder Frey looked down the high table at Robb and smiled, the reflex of a man reaching for a knife he no longer had. Jon raised his cup to him and held his eyes and let him see that the dragon knew the joke and was not afraid of it. Nothing happened, and it was the loudest nothing of the war. A trap that springs is a battle. A trap that everyone knows is empty is a lesson. Walder called for a softer song, and the matter was settled in the silence beneath the music, as the realm's hardest matters always were. You frightened him into loyalty, Robb said after on the bridge with the river loud below them. You outfrayed the Freys. I didn't think it could be done. I'm not sure I wanted to watch it being done. It's the ugliest thing I'll do for a while, Jon said. I hope. A man who will break guest right is a man you can only beat by being willing to think like he thinks, which means for an hour you have to become a little bit Walder Frey, and you don't get to wash it off after just because you won. He watched the black water. Remember that you hated watching it, Robb. That's your job now. When I do a thing like that and I don't hate it anymore, you grab my arm. That's why I made you my hand and not a yes man. I can find yes men anywhere. And if you don't listen when I grab your arm, Then you'll have a harder choice than Walder Frey ever did, Jon said, and I'll have earned it. Now stop brooding on a bridge in the rain like a poet and come help me win the Tullys, because the bridge is bought but the rivers aren't, and Riverrun is starving, and there's a Lannister army between us and the only ally in the south who'll like me on principle. Riverrun had a moat made by 2 rivers, and a Lannister host sat outside it eating the country bare. And the Lord of Riverrun was dying in his bed while his son tried to hold the walls. And into this came a letter, then a woman, then 20,000 northern swords. The woman was Catelyn Stark, who had ridden ahead to her father's house, because there were doors in the south that opened for a Tully daughter and stayed shut for a Targaryen claimant. And this was one of the things Jon had begun to understand about the work. That he could not be everywhere, could not be the face of every bargain, and that a realm was bound by 100 people doing pieces of binding that the king never touched. Catelyn had carried the truce terms to the Lannister camp under a peace banner and brought back the only thing Jon needed from the enemy, which was a count of their strength and a sense of their commander's nerve. Sir Forley pressed her, she reported, in the dripping tent on the river road. A careful man. He has 8,000 foot mostly with the river at his back, and he's there to keep Riverrun bottled, not to fight a battle. He'll run before he'll be trapped against the water. He has no orders to die for the Riverlands, because Tywin doesn't care about the Riverlands except as a thing to bleed. She looked at Jon, and her eyes were no warmer, but there was something working behind them. A woman watching a problem she had given up on being solved by a person she had given up on. My father is dying. My brother Edmure holds Riverrun, and he is brave and not clever, and he will want to charge out and fight for honor's sake the moment he sees your banners, because that is the sort of man my brother is. If you want the Riverlands, you will have to give Edmure a way to be brave that doesn't get his men killed, because the Riverlords follow the Tullys, and they will follow a Tully who looks brave over a dragon who looks clever, every time, no matter how clever. Then we make Edmure brave on purpose in the place I choose, Jon said. Thank you, Lady Stark. That's the most useful thing anyone S told me in a fortnight, and I'll say plainly that you didn't have to do it well and you did it well anyway, and I notice. She did not thank him, but she inclined her head a fraction, the first ground she had given him in his life, and Jon took it and asked for no more. The battle was a thing Jon built rather than fought. Sir Forley Prester wanted to run, so Jon gave him a reason to think running was possible, and then closed the road. He sent the free folk wide in the night, 2,000 wildlings who could move through wet country like ghosts, to come in behind the Lannister camp, and hold the ford at the bend where Manderly's ships waited downstream. He let the northern host be seen on the high ground at dawn, banners and horse and the slow, grim weight of 20,000 men, exactly the kind of force a careful commander pulls back from. And he sent word into Riverrun by a swimmer in the dark that when the Lannisters broke and ran for the ford, Edmure Tully was to sally from the gate and chase them. Hard, gloriously, a charge the Riverlords would sing about, into the space where the trap was already shut. Forley Prester saw the northern army on the hill and did the careful thing, which was the wrong thing, because Jon had arranged the board so that careful and wrong were the same move. He pulled back toward the ford to put the river between himself and the horse. He found the ford held by screaming wildlings and a Manderly war galley raking the bank with scorpions. He turned, and the turn took time, and in the time the gates of Riverrun opened and Edmure Tully came out at the head of his knights with the leaping trout on his breast, brave as a song, into the flank of an army that was already coming apart. It was not a long battle. The worst ones never are. The Lannister foot, caught between the wildlings at the ford and the Tully horse from the walls and the northern host closing from the hill, did what trapped men do, which is die in the front ranks while the back ranks throw down their spears. Jon was in it for the worst of it, which a king should not be, and which he could not yet make himself stop doing. He rode down through the broken Lannister center with Ghost a white terror at his stirrup and the northern lords roaring around him, and he learned again what the killing ground had taught him, that a battle is not a contest of courage but a problem of geometry, lines and angles, and the single instant when a formation stops being a wall and becomes a crowd. The Lannisters became a crowd at the ford. A crowd does not fight. It drowns and is trampled and throws itself into a river in its mail, and the noise of it was a thing Jon would carry south under all the cleaner sounds of statecraft. He lost men. That was the part the lords left out of the song too. Darren Hornwood went down with a spear through the belly and was an hour dying, and Jon held the lordling's hand in the mud because there was no one of higher rank to do it, and a king who could not sit with the dying had no business spending them. 200 Northmen and near 300 free folk bought that ford. Jon made himself count everyone, because the day a king stopped counting his dead was the day he began spending them like a man who would never have to answer for the ledger. He rode through the after of it and made the choices that the after of a battle demands and that no song ever records. He did not let the wildlings sack the camp followers. He hanged two who tried, free folk though they were, and made Tormund watch, because a realm that learned the dragon's army murdered the small folk was a realm that would shut every gate against him from here to Dorne. And mercy, Jon was finding, was frequently just cruelty's more efficient cousin. He took the surrender of 3,000 Lannister foot and did not kill them, because dead men told no tale of his mercy and live men sent home told it for free, and a story of clemency was worth more than 3,000 corpses and cost only the bread to feed them on the road. And he found Sir Forley Prester alive, pulled from the river half-drowned, and he did the thing that surprised his own lords, which was to give the man back his sword. "You're letting him go," the great Jon said, scandalized. "I'm sending him to Tywin Lannister," Jon said, "with his sword and his life and a message, which is that the dragon takes prisoners and keeps guest right and hangs his own men for harming the small folk, and that every lord in the Riverlands just watched him do it. Tywin rules by fear, my lord. The most expensive thing I can do to him is be the opposite loudly, where his own people can see, because fear only works while it's the only thing on offer. The day the small folk learn there's a king who doesn't need to terrify them is the day Tywin's whole kingdom starts quietly looking for the door. Sir Forley is going to carry that day into the Lannister camp on his own back, for free. Hanging him would only have made him a martyr and taught Tywin nothing. Edmure Tully wanted to be thanked for winning the battle, and Jon thanked him lavishly and publicly and meant about a third of it. And that third was the part that mattered. Because Edmure had charged into the place Jon told him to charge, and the River Lords had seen a Tully lead, and that was the lie they needed in order to do the thing that was actually true, which was to follow the dragon. Old Hoster Tully died the night the siege was lifted, with his daughter's hand in his, and they put him in a boat and burned him on the river in the way of his house. And Jon stood on the bank with his head bare, and let the River Lord see him honor the old god's rival faith without a flicker. Because a king who could stand bareheaded at every kind of funeral was a king the whole patchwork realm could imagine standing at theirs. The terms he made with the Riverlands he made in Riverrun's hall, with Edmure raised to Lord of Riverrun and Lord Paramount of the Trident confirmed in the Tully line, which cost Jon nothing, and bought him a grateful lord, who would otherwise have spent the next 10 years suspicious of any king who hadn't said the words. The River Lords got their charter, lighter than the North, because the rivers had no winter to fear and no old gods claimed to protect, but real. Their lands restored, the Lannister ravagers driven out, the king's protection against the next strong neighbor who decided the rivers were a thing to be bled. Not every river lord came easy. Lord Jonos Bracken and Lord Tytos Blackwood had feuded for 1,000 years, and each would sooner lose the war than watch the other rewarded. And Jon spent a full day in Riverrun's hall, listening to two old men recite grievances older than the conquest before he understood that they did not want justice. They wanted to be heard. He gave them nothing but his attention and a ruling that split a disputed mill exactly down the middle, and both went off grumbling and both went off bound, because a man who has been heard by a king will follow him further than a man merely paid. In exchange, the rivers gave him the one resource they had never been able to keep, the roads and fords and gentle country any army marching on King's Landing had to cross, friendly now under his feet all the way to the capital's gates. "You've bound 3 kingdoms," Robb said that night, with a map between them, and the rain finally stopped. "The north, the rivers, and you'll have the Vale before the moon turns if Lady Catelyn's letter does its work, because her sister's in the Eyrie and blood opens that gate." 3 of 8, brother. A year ago I'd have called it impossible. There had been a second letter, the one Jon had not shown the lords. It had come by a roundabout road through Manderley's merchants, in a careful lady's hand, signed with no name at all, only a small direwolf inked in the corner. It told him 3 things in the careful tongue of a woman who knew her every word might be read by her enemies: that the Lord Protector of the Vale was not what he seemed, that the boy lord was sicklier than the realm knew, and that a friend inside the Eyrie would open a door for the dragon, if the dragon came asking for the right thing. His sister was alive, and she had learned to write like a spy, and somewhere in the cold halls of the Eyrie, a stark girl had survived a man who ate other men's schemes for breakfast, and survived well enough to begin laying her own. He meant to learn what that schooling had cost her, and then to make whoever charged her the price pay it back with interest. "It's the easy half," Jon said. He put his finger on the map, on the place where the rivers gave way to the green hills and the great houses got harder. "The North loved me before I came. The rivers needed rescuing, and I rescued them. The Vale's blood and gold and a clever man I'll have to be cleverer than. After that, it gets honest. The Reach wants a crown for its daughter, and I've only the one to give. Dorne hates my father's name, and my father's name is the reason I exist. The Ironborn want nothing I can write on a charter, and Tywin will spend every dragon of Lannister gold to keep the realm from ever having one head, because a realm with one head doesn't need a lion behind the throne." He sat back. "We bought the bridge and bled for the rivers. The rest I'll have to bind with nothing but the truth and whatever each wants most, and the trouble with hungry men, Robb, is they all want to be fed first, and there's only one of me to do the feeding." "Then we'd best ride," Robb said. "Which kingdom's hungriest?" Jon looked at the map, at the mountains in the east where the Knights of the Vale sat behind their unbroken walls, rich and proud and led by a child, a clever man's web around the child, and a sister of his own hidden somewhere inside it whom he had not seen in a year and a half. "The Vale," he said, "and not for the swords, though I'll take the swords, for the proof that I can win a kingdom without an army at all. If I can't take the Eyrie with words, I can't take Dorne or the Reach with anything, and then this whole campaign is just a longer way to lose. We ride east, and I'm going to need to be cleverer there than I've ever been, because the man who holds the Vale didn't get there by losing arguments." Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4. The Eyries' price the Vale could not be taken. That was the first thing every general learned about it, and the last thing Jon intended to forget. One rode in, up through the bloody gate where 300 men had held an army for 10,000 years, and at the top of the road, the richest knights in Westeros sitting fat behind mountains that did the fighting for them. The Vale had spent the whole War of the Five Kings doing the one thing that no other kingdom had managed, which was nothing, and it had grown stronger by it while the rest of the realm bled. So Jon left the army at the Bloody Gate and went up with 20 men and a white wolf. Because you did not conquer the Vale, you talked your way into it. And a man who arrived with a host arrived as a problem to be repelled, while a man who arrived with 20 came as a guest to be weighed. He had thought a great deal about the man he was going to weigh in return. Petyr Baelish had been born to 3 stony acres and a tower you could spit across, and he had made himself, by nothing but his wits, the Lord Protector of the Vale, the master of the realm's coin before that, and the secret hinge of half the murders that had set the kingdoms at each other's throats. He had done it by understanding one thing more deeply than any lord in Westeros, that most men told you what they wanted, and that a man who knew what you wanted owned a string tied to your back. Jon had decided, riding up the mountain, that the only way to beat such a man was to want nothing he could see, and to make sure that the one thing Baelish wanted most was sitting in a room Jon controlled. That thing had written him a letter signed with a direwolf. The Gates of the Moon was the Eyrie's winter seat, a proper castle at the foot of the mountain, and its hall was warm and bright and full of knights in fine cloaks, and Petyr Baelish came down the length of it to meet Jon with both hands out, and a welcome on his face that was so perfectly judged it told Jon exactly how dangerous the man was, because no honest welcome was ever that good. "Your Grace," Baelish said, and the title came out smooth and early, a man placing a bet before the dealing was done. "Or do I presume? The realm hasn't quite decided what to call you, and I'd hate to be ahead of the realm. We're cautious folk in the Vale. We like to see how a thing settles before we put our weight on it." "You can call me Jon," Jon said. "Most of what I'm here to say works better without titles in the way. Lord Baelish. You've kept the Vale out of a war that ruined 4 other kingdoms. That took nerve, and a steadier hand than anyone gives you credit for, and I want to say it plainly before we get to the part where we stop being friendly, because I'd rather you heard the true compliment first. You're the cleverest man in this hall, possibly the cleverest in the realm. I came up this mountain knowing that, and I came anyway, which should tell you something about how the rest of this is going to go." Something flickered behind Baelish's gray-green eyes, the smallest recalibration, a gambler who had expected a green boy and found someone who had read the board. "Flattery," Baelish said pleasantly. "From a king. I'm touched. Tell me, Jon, what does a man who flatters me before he threatens me actually want? Because that's a sequence I've used myself, and it generally means the threat is the real message and the flattery is the apology for it." "I want the Vale," Jon said. "The knights, the gold, Gultone's ships, all of it, bound to the dragon by oath and charter the same as the north and the rivers. And I want it without a single man dying on that beautiful road, because a kingdom I have to bleed for is a kingdom that hates me, and I've enough kingdoms left to win that I can't afford to be hated this early. So I'm not going to threaten you, my lord. Threatening you would be a mistake, because you've spent your life surviving threats and you're better at it than I am. I'm going to do something much worse. I'm going to make you a better offer than the one you're currently running, and then I'm going to let you discover that the offer you're running has already collapsed underneath you, and you didn't notice, because the person who collapsed it is someone you taught to do it." The hall had gone quiet around them. Bronze Jon Royce stood near the dais, a great slab of a lord in rune-marked armor, watching Baelish with the open dislike of a man who had wanted to throw the Lord Protector out a window for a year and been outmaneuvered every time he tried. "And who," Baelish said, still smiling, "is this person I'm supposed to have taught?" "Elaine," Jon said and watched the name land. "Your bastard daughter. Send for her, my lord. I'd like to meet the young woman who's been writing me letters." She came into the hall with her hair dyed brown and her eyes the same gray as the day Jon had left Winterfell, and for a moment neither of them performed anything at all, And then Sansa remembered where she was and who was watching and made her face into the pleasant blank of a steward's daughter. And Jon understood in that single recovery how much she had learned and what it had probably cost. "Father," Sansa said to Baelish with a curtsy that was flawless, "you sent for me." "Our guest asked for you, sweetling," Baelish said. He was watching her the way a man watches a dog he has trained, alert for the moment it forgets its training. And Jon saw the leash and decided to cut it in front of the whole hall, because the most dangerous thing he could do to Petyr Baelish was take away his control of a room. "You're not Elaine Stone," Jon said to her, gently, in the voice he had used when they were children and she had fallen and was deciding whether to cry. "You don't have to be anymore. Not here, not with me. You're Sansa Stark, daughter of Eddard Stark and Catelyn Tully, and you're my—" He stopped, because the word had changed and changed everything, and they both knew it now. And he let her hear him choose the truer one. "You're my cousin and my friend and the bravest person in this hall, and I've come a very long way to take you home if you want to go, and to ask your help if you'll give it. You don't owe Lord Baelish your name. You never did. He borrowed it to keep you safe, and then he kept borrowing it because it suited him. That's over now. I'm sorry it took me so long to come." Sansa Stark looked at the man who had hidden her, sheltered her, taught her, used her, and would have married her off to take her birthright. And then she looked at her cousin who had ridden up a mountain that could not be taken to call her by her own name in front of the people most likely to kill her for it. And she made her choice the way she had learned to make choices in the year and a half since King's Landing, which was carefully and completely and without going back. "Lord Baelish did keep me safe," she said. Her voice was steady and it carried, and the lords leaned in. "I want that written down because it's true, and I'm not a liar, whatever else this place has made me. He took me out of King's Landing when the Lannisters would have killed me. He hid me. He taught me how to survive a court full of murderers. I owe him my life, and I'm going to pay that debt by telling the truth in front of witnesses instead of in the dark, which is more mercy than he's shown most of the people who trusted him." She turned to Bronze Yohn Royce and the lords declarant, "My lords, you've wondered for a year how Lord Baelish came to hold the veil. You've wondered who killed Lady Lysa, who threw herself from the moon door in front of one witness, a frightened girl who was made to say it was a singer. I was that girl. It wasn't the singer. I watched Petyr Baelish put his hands on his own wife and push her through the moon door, after she confessed, in her madness, that she had murdered her first husband Jon Arryn with poison on Petyr's instructions, and sent the letter that started this whole war, the letter that blamed the Lannisters, the letter that took my father south to his death." Her voice did not break. That was the thing that made the hall believe her. "Lord Baelish didn't keep the veil out of the war, my lords. He started the war. All of it, from here, with a lie in a letter, and he kept you out of the fighting not to spare your sons but to keep his army whole for the day he needed it. I know because he told me. He tells me things. He thinks I'm the only person in the world who understands him, and the terrible part is that he might be right, and that's exactly why I can ruin him." The silence in the hall had teeth in it. Petyr Baelish, to his enduring credit, did not panic. He had been in tighter rooms than this. "An interesting story," he said lightly. "From a girl I sheltered, who has every reason to resent the man who held a guardian's authority over her. Lord Royce, you've wanted my head for a year on far less evidence than the word of a child I disciplined. Shall we hang a Lord Protector on a steward's daughter's grudge?" "No," Jon said. "We're not going to hang you at all. That's the part I think you'll find genuinely surprising, so listen closely. I don't need you dead. A dead Baelish is a Baelish other men make into a martyr, and besides, a man with your talents is a waste in a grave. What I need is for everyone in this hall to know exactly what you are, so that you can never again be the only person who knows the secret, because that, my lord, was always your whole power. You knew things no one else knew. Well," he gestured at Sansa, "now they know. Lady Lysa's confession, the poisoning of Jon Arryn, the letter that started the war. Bronze Jon, you've a meister. Send him to question the men who served Lady Lysa, gently, one at a time, and see whether a single thread of Lady Sansa's account holds. And I'll wager the realm on every one of them holding, because the truth has a texture that lies never quite manage. Lord Baelish's power was a candle in a dark room. I've just thrown the shutters open. He's still standing there. He's simply not the only one holding a light anymore. And a man like Baelish in the daylight is just a clever lord with stony acres, and a great many enemies who have suddenly remembered why. Bronze Jon Royce was already moving, and the lords declarant with him, because a year of being outplayed had left them hungry for exactly this moment, and they were not about to let it pass. I questioned Lord Baelish's man Lothar Brune a moon ago, Royce said, loud enough for the hall, and got nothing, because the man feared his master more than he feared me. He'll not fear a ruined master. Nor will the meister who tended Lady Lysa, nor the singer who was blamed and then vanished, and is not, I think, as vanished as Lord Baelish would like. Your grace has not given me proof. Your grace has given me the one thing a year of suspicion lacked, which is a reason for frightened men to speak, because the man they were frightened of is finished, and frightened men can always find their courage once the thing they feared has fallen. He turned to Baelish, and there was a great and patient satisfaction in the old warrior's face. I have wanted to put you out a window for a year, Littlefinger. I find I no longer need to. A window would have made you a tragedy. This makes you a fool, and the veil forgives many things but never that. The hall took its cue from Royce, as halls do from the man who moves first with confidence, and Jon watched the room turn the way a tide turns, all at once and without any single soul deciding it. Lords who had smiled at Baelish that morning now studying the floor or the ceiling or their own hands, anywhere but at the small, ruined, clever man in the center of it. He had been their certainty, the one who always knew the secret, and a man who has been the keeper of every secret has, the day his secrets come out, no friends at all, only creditors. It did not end in the hall because the important things never do. It ended in a small room off the hall, an hour later, the three of them, Jon and Sansa and Baelish, with Royce's guards on the door and the Lord's declarant already drafting the charges in the room beyond. You could have killed me, Baelish said. He had stopped smiling, which was the most honest thing he had done all day. It would have been cleaner. Why didn't you? Because you're going to be more useful to me alive and ruined than dead and martyred, Jon said. Here's your offer, and it's the only one you'll get. You sign the veil over to its rightful lord, Robert Arryn, with the Lord's declarant as his counsel and Lord Royce as warden until the boy comes of age. You confess your part in the war in writing sealed, which costs you nothing now that everyone knows it and buys you the difference between exile and the moon door. And then you take ship for Bravos, where you keep your money and your skin and your wits, and you spend the rest of your life as exactly what you started as, a clever man with no power, which I suspect you'll find a worse punishment than death, because you've tasted the other thing now and you'll never stop wanting it. That's the offer. Exile and your life and your gold, or the moon door, which Lady Sansa tells me you have a particular history with. Baelish looked at Sansa for a long moment. You learned this from me, he said, and there was something in it that was almost pride and almost grief and entirely without remorse. You waited. You let me think you were mine, and you waited, and you struck at the one moment I couldn't recover from. I taught you that. You did, Sansa agreed. You taught me that everyone has a price and every alliance has a knife, and you were right about everything except one thing. You thought it meant no one could ever truly choose a side. But I chose mine, Lord Baelish. I chose my family. You never understood that a person could want something that wasn't power, and that's the blind spot that's going to put you on a ship to Bravos. You only ever bet on the worst in people. Sometimes the worst loses to the oldest thing there is, which is a girl who wants to go home. She stood. Take the offer. He's giving you more than you'd give anyone. Take it and go, and don't come back, because the next time there won't be a ship. When the guards had taken Baelish out to wait for his ship, Sansa stood very still in the small room, and Jon saw what the performance had cost her now that there was no one left to perform for. He was the only person left who knew all of me, she said quietly. Every other soul who knew the girl I was before is dead. Father, mother, septa mordin. He knew that girl, and he knew the one I had to become to survive him, and he watched me change and was proud of it in his way, the way a man is proud of a sword he's forged. I just put him on a ship to die a stranger across the sea, and I'd do it again, and the doing of it made me exactly the thing he forged, which means he wins even ruined, because the proof that I beat him is that I became cold enough to. She looked at her hands. Tell me that isn't true, Jon. Tell me a person can do the cold, necessary thing and not turn into it. You keep telling every lord in the realm that's the trade. I need to hear there's a way to pay it that doesn't bankrupt you. There's no way that doesn't cost, Jon said. There's only a way that doesn't forget. You'll remember what it took. That's the whole difference between us and Baelish, between us and Tywin Lannister. They forgot. They made every cold thing clean in the telling until there was nothing left in them that the cold could reach, and a person who can't be wounded by what they do isn't strong, Sansa. They're already dead and just not yet buried. You're standing here wounded. Hold on to it. It's the most expensive thing you own, and it's the only proof you're still the girl who wanted to go home under everything he forged. Petyr Baelish took the offer. Of course he took the offer. A man who has spent his whole life choosing survival over everything else does not stop at the last moment, and Jon had built the offer precisely so that the cleverest man in the realm's cleverest move was the one that removed him from the realm forever. He signed the papers. He boarded a ship at Gulltown 3 days later under guard. And the veil, that could not be taken, changed hands without a single sword leaving its sheath, because Jon had understood the one thing the mountains couldn't defend against, which was a true word spoken at the right moment by the one person no one had thought to watch. Winning the Vale's lords was the easy part after that, and Jon did it the same way he had done the river lords, by listening. Bronze Jon Royce was a proud old warrior who had spent a year being outmaneuvered by a brothel keeper's son, and what he wanted, more than gold or honor, was to feel like the Vale's strength again. So Jon gave him the command of the Vale's knights in the war to come and meant it, because Royce was a genuinely good commander whom Littlefinger had kept benched precisely because he was dangerous. The Lords Declarant wanted their voices back, and Jon gave them a council and a charter, lighter even than the rivers, because the Vale had lost nothing in the war and needed only its pride restored and its boy lord protected. And Robert Arryn, sickly little Sweetrabin, who had been kept docile on Sweetsleep by a man who found him convenient, Jon took in hand himself for an afternoon and found a frightened child starved of anyone who wasn't using him, and gave him the one thing no one had given him since his mother died, which was an hour of an adult's honest attention with nothing wanted in return. "You're the dragon," Robert Arryn said, suspicious, clutching a doll. "Everyone wants to be my friend so they can have my knights," Mother said. "Mother said everyone wants the knights." "Your mother was right about most people," Jon said. "I do want your knights. I'm not going to lie to you, because everyone lies to you and you're sick of it, I can tell. I want your knights to fight a war up north against things much worse than Lannisters, and I'd be a liar if I pretended otherwise. But that's not why I'm sitting here, because I could get the knights from Lord Royce without ever meeting you. I'm sitting here because you're the Lord of the Vale, and a Lord of the Vale should have at least one person who tells him the truth, and you don't have one. And I thought I'd be it for an afternoon and see if you liked it. Most people don't, at first. The truth's a harder friend than the lies, but it's the only friend that doesn't leave. The boy lord considered this with the grave suspicion of a child who had been disappointed by every adult he'd ever met. Then he asked Jon to make the wolf do a trick, and Jon told him ghosts didn't do tricks but would let him put a hand on his head if he was calm about it. And the Lord of the Vale put a small hand on a dire wolf's skull and went very still and very quiet. And that, Jon thought, was the Vale bound tighter than any charter, because the day Robert Arryn came of age, he would remember the one king who had treated him as a person and not a key. The muster told him what the Vale was worth. He stood with bronze Jon Royce on the field below the gates of the moon 3 days later, and watched the knights of the Vale come down out of their valleys, and there were more of them than he had let himself hope. Heavy horse in their thousands, the finest armored lances in Westeros, lords who had spent the war polishing their steel instead of denting it. Behind the knights came Gulton's accounting, which Royce laid before him plainly. A deep harbor, a merchant fleet that traded as far as the free cities, and a treasury that had collected tolls and tithes through 3 years of war without spending a copper on it. The Vale was the one piece of the realm that had grown richer while the rest grew poorer, and Jon had taken the whole of it with a true word and an offer of exile. "You'll want it spent carefully," Royce said. He had the bluntness of a man too old to bother with court manners. "My knights are proud, and they've not bled in a generation, and proud men who have not bled think a battle is a tourney with sharper lances. They'll learn otherwise the first time the dead don't fall down when you stick them. See that you spend them on something that matters, dragon. I gave you the Vale because you didn't burn it for it. Don't make me regret thinking you different from the rest." "I'll spend them on the wall in the end," Jon said. "Every last lance against the only enemy worth the Vale's steel. But first I'll spend a few of them looking grand at parley, because half of statecraft is letting the next lord count your knights before you ever draw one. You've just made me 20 kingdoms worth of frightening, Lord Royce, without my having to frighten anyone. That's the most useful gift in the realm, and you gave it for the price of a true accounting. I won't forget which lord it was who handed it to me. The charter the Vale signed was the lightest of the whole campaign, because the Vale had lost nothing in the war and wanted only its dignity returned, and Jon had learned by now that the cheapest kingdom to bind was the one you let keep its pride. The Lords Declarant had their council restored, and their voices entered in the realm's record. Lord Nestor Royce, who had held the gates of the moon faithfully while cleverer men schemed in the rooms above him, had his castle confirmed to his line forever, a thing Littlefinger had promised him in a forged will, and which he was gladder to receive from a king whose word would outlast the ink. Gulton's merchants had a tariff written to favor the eastern trade. Small prices, all of them, the prices of men who needed reassurance more than reward, and Jon paid them without flinching, because a lord reassured stays bought far longer than a lord merely bribed. There was a single holdout, a stiff-necked mountain lord named Templeton who could not stomach bending to a Targaryen his grandfather had died fighting, and Jon did not argue with him. He asked the old lord to swear not to the dragon, but to the Vale, to Robert Arryn his liege, who had sworn to the dragon, so that Templeton's oath passed up through his own boy lord, and never once had to touch a Targaryen hand. The old man swore it that way, honor whole, and it bound him exactly as tightly, and Jon kept the trick close after, because a proud man who cannot kneel to you directly will often kneel to the thing standing between you, and a careful king builds plenty of things to kneel to. Sansa found him that night on the walls, where he had gone to look down the long moonlit road at the army he hadn't had to use. "You did it without a battle," she said. "I wasn't sure you could. I wrote you that letter half thinking you'd come up here with 20,000 men and burn the thing you couldn't open, the way kings do. You came with 20 and a wolf, and you took it with my testimony and an offer of exile to a man you should by every right have killed." She was quiet a moment. "Father would have killed him. Rob would have killed him. You let him live and put him on a ship, and somehow that's worse for him. And I can't decide if that makes you wiser than them or colder, and I've been standing here trying to decide for an hour." "Both, probably," Jon said. "That's the trade, Sansa. Every clever thing I do costs me a little of the warm thing. I let Baelish live because it served the realm, and serving the realm is going to keep asking me to do things that would have turned our father's stomach. And the day it stops costing me anything is the day someone needs to put me on a ship to Bravos. I'm telling you because I need someone watching, and Rob's going to be busy holding the north, and you." He turned to look at her, the sister who had become something sharper and sadder and stronger than the girl who'd left Winterfell. "You understand this game better than anyone alive who isn't trying to win it for themselves. I want you with me, not as a piece to marry off. As a player. The realm's about to be run by people, and most of them are wolves and lions and roses with knives. And I'd like at least one of the people in the room to be someone who chose my side because she wanted to go home." Sansa was quiet for a while. Below them, somewhere, a nightingale that had no business singing in the cold sang anyway. "I'm going to marry Harold Harding," she said. "Harry the heir. He's next for the Vale after Robert if Robert dies. And Robert is going to die, Jon, sweet sleep or no sweet sleep. The boy's lungs are weak, and the Meisters lie about it to be kind. When that happens, the Vale passes to Harry, and Harry married to a Stark is the Vale bound to your house for another generation without you having to lift a finger. I worked it out months ago. It was going to be Baelish's move. Marry me to Harry and rule the Vale through us both. I'm going to make it my move instead. I'll wed Harry, and the Vale's future will be mine to steer, and it will steer toward you because I'll be steering it, and you won't have to spend a marriage you'll need for something bigger." She said it the way a Tully merchant might price grain. Then she added quieter the part that was not strategy. "I'm choosing it, Jon, not being chosen. That matters to me more than I can make you understand, because the last time a marriage was arranged for me it was to a monster, and I swore I'd never let anyone hand me to a man again. So I'm handing myself. To a kind, dull boy I can manage, for a kingdom I can hold for my family. That's my price for the Vale, and I'm paying it to myself, and it's the first thing in 2 years that's felt like winning." "Then you've just bound the Vale better than I did," Jon said. "And you've taught me something I should have known. I keep buying lords by finding their price. I forgot to ask what my own people would pay for the chance to choose their own. I won't forget again." He put his hand over hers on the cold stone, brief, the most either of them had in them. "Welcome home, Lady Sansa. It took the long way round, but you got there." "We both did," Sansa said. "Now go and win the rest of them, your grace, before the cold does. 4 down. And the next one's the hard one, isn't it? The next one won't bend for a letter or a wolf or a true word. The next one thinks he's the rightful king already." "Stannies," Jon agreed, and looked south and east toward the storms, where a man of iron sat on a rock and believed, with the whole of his unbending heart, that the gods had chosen him and no other, and would have to be unchosen without being broken. "The only man in the realm who wants the throne less for himself than I do, and that's exactly what makes him impossible. You can't buy a man who isn't selling. You can only show him a thing he wants more than the throne, and Stannis Baratheon wants almost nothing, which leaves me a very small door to fit a kingdom through." Chapter 4 in Chapter 5. The Stag at Bay. Dragonstone had been built by his ancestors, and Jon Targaryen came to the cradle of his house on a gray morning with the sea heaving under his ship, and the dragons of his house carved into every gate and gargoyle and stair. And he stood at the rail and looked up at the smoking mountain and the black fortress, and felt nothing he could honestly call homecoming, because a place is only home if someone there is glad you've come. And the man who held Dragonstone was going to be the least glad of anyone in the realm. He'll see you, Davos Seaworth had written, in the careful hand of a man who had learned his letters late. He'll not promise more than that, but he'll see you because he's a just man, and a just man hears a claim before he denies it. Be warned, though. You're everything he spent his life fighting. Come ready to lose. Jon had liked the letter. It was the only honest thing anyone had sent him in a moon, and he had decided before he landed that whatever else happened on this island, he was going to find a way to keep the man who wrote it. Stannis Baratheon received him in the chamber of the painted table, where Aegon the Conqueror had once planned the taking of Westeros over a carved map of the whole continent, and the symbolism of standing across that table from a Targaryen was not lost on Stannis, who used symbols the way other men used swords, deliberately and without joy. He was not what the songs made of him. A hard, lean man going gray, jaw working as though he chewed on something bitter that never softened, eyes pale and direct. He did not rise. He did not offer wine. He looked at Jon across the painted continent and said, "You have my brother's bastard's face and a dead dragon's name, and you've come to my island to ask me to kneel. Say your piece. I'll not pretend it's welcome, but I'll hear it, because a man who denies a claim he hasn't heard is no better than the boy on my brother's throne." "I'm not going to ask you to kneel," Jon said. "I want to start there, because you've been bracing for it since my sail came over the horizon, and I'd rather not waste your bracing. I know what kneeling to me would cost you. You spent your whole life serving a rebellion that put my grandfather's head on a spike, and you held Storm's End through a siege that nearly starved you to death so that the Targaryens would fall, and you've watched your brother wear the crown you bled for and squander it, and now his bastard sits the throne and you are, by every law you believe in, the rightful king of the 7 kingdoms. I'm not here to tell you that you're wrong about the law. You're not wrong about the law. By Robert's right, you're the king. I'm here to tell you the law doesn't matter anymore and to prove it, and then to offer you the only thing left in the world that's worth more to you than a throne you'd hate sitting on." Stannis' jaw stopped moving. That was as close to surprise as the man came. "You concede the law," he said. "A claimant, conceding the law to my face. There might have been the ghost of something dry in it. Either you're a fool, which your campaign suggests you are not, or you've something behind the concession that you think makes the law irrelevant, which interests me, because I have spent my life being told the law is the only thing that isn't irrelevant, generally by men who were breaking it. Go on, make the law irrelevant. I should like to watch you try." "The dead are coming," Jon said, "and the law is a thing the living wrote for the living, and it has nothing to say about the dead, and so the law is about to matter less than it ever has in the history of the world." He had brought the proof. He had learned that much by now. He had it carried in. The second of the things he had taken from beyond the wall, a hand, just a hand, severed and bound in iron that had belonged to a white, and that still, after all these weeks, opened and closed its fingers, reaching, because the cold that animated it did not know it was no longer attached to anything that could be served by reaching. He set it on the painted table on the carved north, where Aegon's map showed the wall, and the thing's fingers scrabbled against the painted wood, and Stannis Baratheon looked at it for a long time and did not flinch, because Stannis did not flinch, but something changed in the set of his shoulders. "Melisandre saw it," he said at last, quietly, "in the fire. She has told me for a year that the Great War is not the war I'm fighting, that the true enemy is in the north, behind the wall, and that my war for the throne is a small thing beside it. I did not want to believe her, because believing her meant my whole life's grievance was small, and a man does not give up his grievance lightly when it's the only thing the gods left him. But I'm not a man who looks at a thing like this on my own table and calls it a conjurer's trick." His pale eyes came up. You've seen them, not heard of them, seen them. I've killed them, Jon said, and buried friends who got back up. And I've learned the one thing about them that makes everything else in the realm a children's quarrel, which is that they don't stop. You can't bleed them, can't starve them, can't outweight them. Every man who dies fighting them stands up and joins them. It's the only war in history where losing makes the enemy stronger and winning only buys you time. And the realm is in 8 pieces. Lord Stannis, 8 kings squabbling over a chair, and not one of those pieces is large enough to hold the wall alone. And you know it, because you're the only other lord in Westeros who's taken the threat seriously enough to be told by a foreign priestess that your whole life has been aimed at the wrong target. Davos Seaworth found him after on the windward wall, where Jon had gone to be out of the smoke. You heard him in there, the Onion Knight said. He was a plain man with a salt-weathered face and a small bag at his throat that Jon would later learn held the bones of his fingers, taken by Stannis as the price of a smuggling pardon and worn ever since as the proudest thing he owned, because Stannis was a man who could maim you and honor you in the same sentence and mean both. Telling him his grievance was small. He's lived on that grievance. It's most of what he eats. I know, Jon said. I did it on purpose, and I'm not proud of it, and I'd do it again, because a man like Stannis can only be moved by the truth, and the truth happens to be cruel. He spent his life being passed over. Robert got the throne he won. Renly got the love he never earned. Stannis got Dragonstone, a rock and a sense of being owed, and he's right that he's owed, and the universe is never going to pay him, and somewhere he knows that. I can't give him the throne because the throne is the one thing that would make the realm unwinnable, but I think I can give him the thing he actually wants, which isn't the throne at all. It's to matter. To be the man who did the necessary thing that no one thanked him for. That's the whole of Stannis Baratheon. He doesn't want to be loved. He wants to be vindicated. Davos was quiet a moment, turning the little bag of bones at his throat. You've got him figured close, he admitted, closer than most, closer than his own brothers ever did. But knowing what a man wants and giving it to him are different roads, and Stannis won't take a gift. He's never taken a gift in his life. Everything he has he made himself pay for, because a thing you've paid for can't be taken back the way a gift can. You'll have to make him think it's a duty, not a present. Dress your gift as an obligation and he'll shoulder it till it kills him. Hand it to him as a kindness and he'll throw it in the sea. Then I'll need your help dressing it, Jon said. And I'll pay for that too, because you're a man who understands payment. You're his hand because he cut off your fingertips and then made you a lord in the same week. And you've served him faithfully ever since, through losing battles, because he's the one great lord in Westeros who judged you by what you did instead of what you were born. I know that because it's the same reason men are starting to follow me. So here's my offer to you, Davos Seaworth, separate from whatever your king decides. When this is done, whichever way it goes, I want you on my council. Master of ships, or whatever you'll have, not because you're highborn, which you're not, but because you're the only man I've met in the South who'll tell a king he's wrong to his face and take the cost of it. I'm collecting those. They're rarer than dragons and worth more. The Onion Knight looked at him a while, this strange grave king with a wolf and a dead house's name, and something in the weathered face shifted toward belief. You collect honest men, Davos said. That's either the wisest thing I've heard a king say or the start of the saddest story in the world, and I've not decided which. All right. Help me give my king his duty, and we'll talk about councils after. But there's a third party to this, and she frightens me more than the dead on your table, and you'll have to deal with her before Stannis bends to anything. She's been waiting for you since before your sail. She says the fire told her you were coming. Melisandre of Asshai was beautiful in the way a fire is beautiful, which is to say you wanted to look at her, and you knew better than to put your hand in. And when she came to Jon in the dim of the lower hall, she looked at him the way no one ever had, not even Howland Reed. as though she were reading something written behind his face in a language only she knew. "Azar Ahai," she said, "the prince that was promised. I have looked for his face in the flames for years, and I told myself it was Stannis, because I needed it to be Stannis, because a priestess far from home needs a king to stand behind. But the fire never showed me Stannis at the wall. It showed me a man with a gray wolf and a red sword standing in the snow with the dead all around him, and I told myself it was a vision of where Stannis would go and not who would stand there. I was wrong. It was always you. You have the blood of the dragon, and you have walked among the dead and lived, and you are the one the long night was foretold to break upon. There is power in you, Jon Snow that was. I can wake it. I can give you victories that no army could buy. I need only—" "Stop," Jon said. "Before you finish that sentence, stop, because I think I know how it ends, and I want to be very clear with you before we go any further so that we don't waste each other's time pretending. I think you were about to ask me for something. King's blood, a sacrifice, a burning. That's how it always ends with your God, isn't it? The power is real and the price is a person, and the person is usually someone weaker than the king who benefits. I've read what I could about our lore. I've heard what your order did in the East. So here, where we stand, Lady Melisandre, I believe your fire showed you something true. I've seen too much in the last year to dismiss it. I'll even believe I'm the figure in the flames, because the realm needs a figure and I appear to be the one standing in the snow. But I will not buy a single victory with a burning. Not one. Not the lowest cut purse in my camp. Because the moment a king starts paying for power in people, he's already lost the thing he's fighting to save. And there's no point winning the realm for the living if I have to feed the living into a fire to do it." The red woman regarded him. The rubies at her throat caught the brazier light and held it. "You would refuse power," she said, "to save people who will die anyway when the long night falls if you lose." "I'd refuse that power, yes," Jon said. "Because the kind of king who will burn one man to save 1,000 becomes, very quickly, the kind of king who will burn 1,000 to save 10,000, and then there's no floor under him, and he ends up the thing he was fighting. The dead are coming to make the whole world cold and obedient and willing to do anything to survive one more night. If I beat them by becoming cold and willing to do anything, then they've won. They've just won wearing my face. So number help me if your God truly wants the dark beaten. And there's a great deal you can do that doesn't require a pyre. You've a knowledge of the enemy I badly need, and a gift for putting heart into frightened men that's worth 1,000 swords. But the fires under my banner burn wood. Tell your God those are the terms, and if he won't have me on them, then he and I want different things, and I'll fight the dark without him." For a long moment the red woman said nothing, and Jon could not read what moved behind the strange eyes, and then she inclined her head, and it was not quite submission and not quite agreement, but something a careful man could build on. "The Lord of Light sent me to find the prince that was promised," she said. "He did not promise me the prince would be biddable. Perhaps that is the point I was meant to learn. Very well, Jon of the Dragon and the Wolf. Wood then, for now. I will give Stannis the last thing he needs to bend, because the fire has shown me that too, and you will find it costs you nothing you did not already mean to pay. A flicker there and gone. But understand me, I have served kings I chose. I have never served one who chose his terms over my gods. You are either the most dangerous heretic I have met, or you are exactly the man the prophecy meant, and the terrible truth is that those are very often the same person." In the end it came down to the two of them again, across the painted table, with Davos at the door and Melisandre's words still hanging in the smoke, and Jon laid the whole of it out for Stannis Baratheon the way you lay a plan before a general, because that was the only language the man trusted. "I can't give you the Iron Throne," Jon said. "You know why? 2 kings means civil war, means the dead walk into a realm too busy bleeding to look north. And I won't do that to 40,000 small folk who will be whites by spring. So the throne is mine and you'll hate it, and I'm not going to insult you by pretending you shouldn't. But hear what I am going to give you, because I've thought about nothing else for a fortnight, and I think it's the truest offer anyone S made you in your life. I'm going to give you the war, the real one, the one Melisandre's been telling you about. When I march on King's Landing and break the Lannisters, I'm going to need a man to take command of the realm's whole strength on the wall, every kingdom's levy, the largest host Westeros has ever fielded, against the only enemy that's ever threatened to end the world. That command is the most important office in the realm, more important than the throne, because the throne is just the chair the realm sits in, and the wall is the wall that keeps the realm from being eaten. I want you to hold it. Lord of the Stormlands restored, your daughter's birthright secured, your honor whole, and the title that matters more than any crown, the man who saved the realm, not Robert who won a war and drank, not me, who will spend my whole life politicking and be remembered as a schemer. You. The just man who held the wall when the dark came. That's the vindication you've been owed your whole life, Stannis, and the universe was never going to give it to you, and I'm giving it to you, and you don't even have to thank me, because it isn't a gift. It's a duty, the hardest one in the world, and there's not another man alive I'd trust to shoulder it. Stannis Baratheon stood very still over the carved map of the realm. You're handing me a duty, he said slowly, because you know I'll not take a gift. Davos told you that. I can see Davos in the shape of it. His jaw worked. It's manipulation. It's completely manipulation, Jon agreed. I'm not going to lie to you about that, because lying to you would be the one thing that loses you. Yes. I figured out what you want, and I figured out how to offer it so you can take it, and I dressed a kindness as an obligation because Davos told me that's the only way you'll wear it. That's manipulation. It's also true. Both things are true at once. The duty is real. The realm needs it done. You're the best man to do it, and I packaged it so you could say yes without choking on your own pride. A lesser king would have insulted you with a marriage pact and a seat at his table. I'm offering you the chance to matter more than any king in the history of your house, and being honest that I arranged the offer to suit your temper. If you want to refuse it on the grounds that I was clever about it, then your pride is worth more to you than the realm, and I'll have misjudged you, and I don't think I have. The silence stretched. The white severed hand, still on the table, opened and closed its fingers against the painted north, reaching for a wall it could not touch. My daughter, Stannis said. It was not a question Jon had expected, and it told him more about the man than the whole rest of the conversation. Shireen. She has grayscale scars, and she's a girl, and the realm has no use for a scarred girl who can't inherit a kingdom. If I take your duty and die on your wall, which is the likely end of it, what becomes of her? Don't lie, I'll know. She's named heir to Storm's End and the Stormlands in the charter I'll write, and no man marries her or rules her without her word when she's grown, Jon said. The same terms I gave my own cousin in the Vale, who survived worse than grayscale to claim them. I don't trade in girls, Lord Stannis. I've watched it done, and I've no stomach for it. Shireen Baratheon will inherit her father's seat and choose her own life, and if anyone moves against that while there's breath in me, they'll answer to a king who keeps his charters. That's written. That's the part that isn't manipulation. That's just the truth about what kind of realm I'm trying to build, and whether you bend or not, your daughter's safe in it, because a realm that isn't safe for scarred girls isn't worth the binding. And that, in the end, was the thing that did it. Not the prophecy, not the white, not the careful packaging of the duty. The promise about the child. Stannis Baratheon looked at the man who would be king and saw, as he had not let himself see before, not the Targaryen restoration he'd spent his life dreading, but a king who would keep a written word about a scarred girl with no value to anyone, and a just man cannot help recognizing justice, even in an enemy, even when it costs him a throne. I will not kneel, Stannis said. Understand that. I'll not say the words. I conceded the law to no one, and a man who concedes nothing keeps something the conceders lose, and I'll keep mine. But his jaw stopped. I will take the duty. I'll hold your wall. I'll command your war against the dead, and I'll do it better than any man living. And when the histories are written, they'll say Stannis Baratheon was the shield of the realm, and that will be more true than anything they'll say of you, and we'll both know it. And that will have to do for my vindication, because you're right. The universe was never going to give me better. He held out his hand, not to be kissed, but to be clasped, the grip of one hard man acknowledging another across a table their ancestors had bled over. I don't like you. I want that on the record. But you're the first king I've met who deserves the office, and I've met 4. Don't make me regret being right about you. I've a low tolerance for being wrong. I'll do my best to keep deserving it, Jon said, and took the hand. And the Stormlands and Dragonstone and the largest fleet left in the south came to the dragon's banner not through love or fear or gold, but through the one currency Stannis Baratheon had ever respected, which was a true thing honestly owed and honestly paid. Jon met the child once before he left Dragonstone, the scarred girl her father would die for. Shireen Baratheon was grave and bookish, and Grayskull had left half her face stiff and gray, and she asked him, with the directness of a child who had learned that adults lied, whether it was true that her father meant to go to the end of the world to fight dead men. Jon told her it was true. She considered it and said she had read about the long night in a book the Maester had given her, and that the book said the children of the forest once helped the men of the wall, and did he think they would help again? Jon said he did not know, but that he meant to go and find out, and that her father would be the man holding the line while he looked. Shireen nodded, satisfied in the way of a child given a true answer instead of a kind one, and said she would write it all down, because someone ought to, and the Maesters were too frightened to set the frightening things down properly. Riding away, Jon thought that the realm he was binding would be worth the binding if it had a place in it for a scarred girl who wanted to record the true frightening things, and that this, more than any throne, was the thing he was actually fighting for. The Stormlords were the harder half of the bargain, and Stannis could not deliver them, which both men knew, because the Stormlands had loved Renly and merely obeyed Stannis, and a dead man's love outlasts a living man's law. They had scattered when Renly fell, gone home to their keeps to wait out the war, the Swans and the Carons and the Estermonts who had crowned the younger brother in a summer of feasts, and then found themselves widowed of him. Jon went to them himself, keep by keep, in the weeks after Dragonstone, and he did not ask them to love him or to forget Renly. He asked them one question, whether the man they had followed would have wanted the Stormlands to sit out the only war that mattered, sulking behind their walls over a king a year dead. And the question worked because it was true, because Renly Baratheon had been many things and a coward was not one of them. A lord asked to honor his dead king's better instincts cannot refuse without confessing. He never understood the man at all. They came over, the Storm Lords, not for Stannis and not quite for Jon, but for the memory of a golden younger brother who would have ridden to the wall laughing. And Jon let them keep that reason, because a reason that brings a lord to the right side of the line is a good reason whatever face it wears. 5, Robb said, when Jon's ship rejoined the host on the mainland and the maps came out again. North, Rivers, Vale, Stormlands, Dragonstone. 5 of 8, and you've got the only honest man in the south and the most dangerous priestess in the world, and a fleet that can carry an army anywhere it needs to go. A year ago you were a bastard on a wall. 5 of 8, and not one of them cost you a marriage you'll need or a war you couldn't win. He traced the coast with a finger. Stannis worries me, though. You've made an ally of a man who will never call himself your ally, who will command the most important host in the realm at the place furthest from your eye, and who believes in his bones that you sit a chair rightfully his. What stops him, brother? On the wall, with the realm's whole strength under his hand, and you 1,000 leagues south. What stops Stannis Baratheon from deciding the duty's done? The dead are beaten, and the just thing now is to march that host back down the King's Road and take what the law says is his. Nothing stops him but Stannis, Jon said. Which is exactly why I'd trust him with it and no one else. Stannis would never do a thing the law forbids, and he conceded the law to me with his own mouth, in front of witnesses, grinding his teeth the whole time. A man that careful about the truth of what he's promised is a man who will keep the part he did promise to the letter. I'd fear a flatterer with that army. I don't fear Stannis. He'll hold the wall till it kills him and never turn south, because turning south would make him an oath-breaker, and he'd sooner die than become the thing he spent his whole life despising. His rigidity is the most reliable wall I own. I only had to point it at the right enemy. He moved his finger across the map to the green sprawl of the south, the richest and most populous kingdom in the realm, where 10,000 knights and 100,000 spears served a house of clever roses who had backed Renly, then Joffrey, and were now looking very carefully for whichever king would make their granddaughter a queen. The Reach is next, and the Reach is a different animal. Stannis I beat by offering him a duty. The Tyrells don't want duty. They want a crown for their blood, and I've got exactly one crown and one hand to give, and I've spent the whole campaign telling lords I'd trade my marriage for the right kingdom. He looked at the rose-strewn map. I think I've just found the kingdom, and the cleverest old woman in Westeros is sitting in the middle of it, and she's going to ask me the one question I've been avoiding since the wall, which is who I mean to marry, and I'm going to have to answer it, and the answer is going to make or break the realm. Chapter 5 in Chapter 6. The Rose and the Thorn Highgarden did not look like a place that took war seriously, and that was the most dangerous thing about it. Jon rode in through gardens that had never been burned, past fountains and fruit trees and small folk who looked fed, into a castle of pale stone and climbing roses, where the Tyrells had spent 300 years getting rich, while better-armed houses spent themselves on glory. The Reach fed the realm. The Reach could field 100,000 spears and feed them all, which no other kingdom could say. And the Tyrells had turned that simple fact into a court so soft and pleasant that visiting lords forgot, until it was too late, that the softness was a choice and not a weakness. Mace Tyrell met him with a feast and a speech, and the speech was about the friendship of roses and dragons and the natural alliance of great houses, and it went on long enough that Jon understood Mace Tyrell was not the person he had come to bargain with. The rest of the table told him the shape of the house. Sir Loras, the Knight of Flowers, beautiful and brittle and grieving Renly without being allowed to name the grief, watched Jon with the wary heat of a young man who had loved a king and lost him and meant to be careful who he loved next. Sir Garland, the elder, the one they called the Gallant, watched Jon the way a soldier watches a new commander, taking the measure of competence and finding, Jon hoped, something to respect. And somewhere in the keep, not at the table, was Willas, the eldest, the heir, the lamed one who bred hawks and horses and ran the Reach's true business while his father made speeches. And the fact that Willas was absent told Jon as much as the others' presence, because a house that kept its cleverest son out of sight at a king's arrival was a house holding its best card back. The Reach fed the realm and could field 100,000 spears, and it had arranged itself around Jon at that feast like a garden arranged around a sundial. Every bloom turned to catch the light and measure it, and not one of them yet committed to whether the light was worth following or merely worth using. The person he had come to bargain with sat at the high table looking bored, a tiny ancient woman with a face like a walnut and eyes that missed nothing, and when the speeches finally ended, she leaned over to Jon and said, in a carrying whisper meant to be heard by everyone, My son could bore the dead back to sleep. It's a gift, really. We've considered hiring him out to your enemies. Now, you didn't ride all this way to listen to Mace. You came to find out what the reach costs, and I came to find out whether you're clever enough to afford it. Walk with an old woman in the gardens, dragon, and let's disappoint everyone by actually saying things. The Queen of Thorns walked slowly. On the arm of a tall handmaid she called by 2 different names to keep the girl from getting comfortable, and she did not waste a step or a word. Let us have the obvious out of the way, Olenna Tyrell said. You want my 100,000 spears and my granaries and my gold, because you can't take King's Landing without them, the Lannisters being inconveniently rich and Tywin being inconveniently competent. And I want a crown on my granddaughter's head, because I've put her in 2 royal beds already and got nothing for it but a dead king and a living monster. And I am too old to keep gambling Margaery's youth on men who keep dying or turning out to be abominations. So there it is, laid bare. You need my army. I want your marriage. Most men would spend the next hour pretending otherwise. I'd take it as a kindness if you didn't, because I've a finite number of hours left and I'd rather not waste them watching a king my grandson's age try to be subtle at me. Then I won't be subtle, Jon said. I'll be honest, which is rarer and more dangerous, and I'm betting the whole campaign that you'll respect it. I can't marry Margaery. Olenna stopped walking. She turned her walnut face up at him, and there was nothing in it but cold attention. Can't, she repeated. Not won't. You chose can't. An interesting boy chooses his words. Explain the can't, and make it good, because one I can negotiate around, and can't means you're about to tell me a thing you've been hiding. And a hidden thing from a man who needs my army had better be a very large thing indeed. It's the largest thing left in the world that isn't the dead, Jon said. There's another dragon, Daenerys Targaryen, my father's sister by half, my aunt, the last true-born child of the Mad King, and she didn't die in exile the way the realm assumes. She's in Essos across the narrow sea, and she has an army of freed slaves and a Dothraki horde and 3 dragons. Real ones, grown from stone eggs, flying, burning. The first dragons in the world in 150 years. And she is coming west, Lady Olenna, because she believes the Iron Throne is hers, and she has the only weapon left that can take it from anyone. And the realm has perhaps a year before her sails come over the horizon. The Queen of Thorns was quiet for a moment, and in that quiet Jon watched one of the sharpest minds in Westeros do in 4 seconds the arithmetic that had taken him a week. And if I put Margaery in your bed, Olenna said slowly, then when your aunt lands with her dragons and her armies, the first thing she sees is a Tyrell girl wearing the crown her own house was promised, sitting beside the nephew who took the restoration that should have been a partnership. And dragons, I'm told, are not subtle about their displeasure. You're telling me that marrying my granddaughter to you would be the same as painting a target on Highgarden and handing the brush to a woman with 3 dragons and a grievance. She made a small sound that might have been disgust and might have been admiration. You're telling me the crown I want is the most dangerous thing you could possibly give me. I'm telling you the crown you want would arrive with a fuse already lit, Jon said. And I'd light it by giving it to you, and I'd be doing it knowing better, which would make me the villain of your house's ruin instead of its architect. I won't do that to Margaery, and I won't do it to you, and I find I won't do it even to spare myself a hard negotiation, which I'll admit surprises me a little, because a year of this work has made me cold in places I didn't know a person had. Olenna stopped at a fountain and considered him with her walnut face tipped to one side, the way a bird considers a thing it hasn't decided whether to eat. You keep telling me what you won't do, she said. It's an unusual sales technique. Most men who want my army arrive with a list of everything they will give. You arrive with a list of the gifts you're refusing me for my own good. Either you're the most honest king I've met in 80 years, or you're running the single most sophisticated swindle I've ever sat through. And the maddening thing, Dragon, is that at my age I can usually tell the difference within a sentence. And with you I cannot. And I have decided that not being able to tell is itself the answer. Because a swindler is always legible to another swindler. And you are opaque to me, which means you are either very good or actually telling the truth. And both of those are rare enough to be worth my spears. She resumed walking. But I'll have the truth confirmed before I commit a single one of them, and I have my own ways. Margery will tell me what you are after you've spoken to her, because Margery reads men the way I read ledgers, and if she comes back from you uncharmed, I'll know you tried to use her and I'll feed you to my roses. And if she comes back charmed. The old woman's mouth did something dry. Then I'll know you didn't try, which is rarer and worth more, and I'll give you everything. I'm telling you the truth, Jon said. Which is that there are 2 dragons left in the world and only 1 realm, and there are exactly 2 ways this ends. Either the dragons fight each other over the throne, and the realm burns under them while the dead walk in from the north and eat what's left, or the 2 dragons unite, the 2 claims become one, and the line that conquered Westeros restores itself whole instead of at war with itself. I mean to do the second. I have to do the second, which means my hand isn't mine to give, Lady Olenna. It's the price of peace between 2 dragons, and I'd be the worst king in the history of the world if I spent it on an army I think I can win another way. I'm not refusing Margery because she isn't worth a crown. I'm refusing because my crown, married to anyone but my aunt, starts the very war that kills everyone you love. I came here to tell you that to your face, because you're the one person in this kingdom sharp enough to see that it's the truth and not a courtesy. Olenna resumed walking. It was a while before she spoke. You've ruined my afternoon, she said. I had a perfectly good plan, and you've shown me it would get my whole family roasted. I hate being shown things. It's a young person's habit, and you should grow out of it. A pause. All right. You've taken my granddaughter off your table and given me a very good reason not to argue. Now you have a new problem, which is that I am not going to hand you 100,000 spears for a true word and a warm feeling. A true word is worth a great deal, and it is not worth my army. So, the crown's off the table. Tell me what's on it instead, and if it's good enough, I'll let you keep your honest little head. It was Margery, in the end, who decided the shape of the deal, because Jon asked to speak with her, and Olenna allowed it with the air of a woman curious to see whether the dragon would patronize her granddaughter or use her. And the answer told Olenna more than any offer could. Margery Tyrell was lovely in the practiced way of a woman who had learned young that beauty was a tool and not a gift, and she received Jon in a bower full of her ladies and dismissed every one of them with a glance the moment the door was shut, the performance ending the instant it had no audience. My grandmother, told you we can't have the marriage we wanted, she said, before Jon could open. I could hear it in how she walked back. She walks differently when she's lost a round, faster, like she's chasing the thing that got away. So let's not do the dance, Your Grace. I've done the dance with 2 kings and a queen regent, and I'm tired of it. You don't want me as a wife. Tell me what you want me as instead, because a clever man doesn't come asking to speak to me alone unless he's worked out that I'm worth more as something other than a broodmare. And if you have worked that out, you're the first king who ever did, and I'd like to hear it before I let myself hope. I want you as the most dangerous woman in King's Landing, Jon said. Which you already are, you've just been aiming it at the wrong target. You're queen there now, or near enough, married into the Lannisters, sitting in the Red Keep beside a boy king with the lions all around you, hated by Cersei, watched by Tywin. A rose in a nest of lions waiting for the day they decide you've served your purpose. That's a death sentence on a slow fuse, Lady Margery, and you know it, because you're cleverer than your husband's whole family put together, and you can see exactly how the story ends for a Tyrell girl once the Tyrells aren't useful to the Lannisters anymore. I'm offering you a different ending. Stay where you are, keep smiling at Cersei, and when I march on King's Landing, be my door. The small folk love you, I'm told. You've spent a year feeding them and being seen to feed them while Cersei sneers at them from a litter. The gold cloaks half answer to your coin. The Tyrell men are inside the walls. When the dragon comes to the gates, a city that opens from within doesn't have to be stormed, and 100,000 people don't have to burn, and the woman who opened it isn't a brood queen the histories forget. She's the reason the war ended without a sack. That's what I want you as, not a wife. A kingmaker. The woman who took the capital with a whisper and saved 100,000 lives doing it. Tell me that isn't worth more than another crown to share with another doomed king. Margaery Tyrell looked at him for a long moment, and the practiced loveliness fell away entirely, and what was left was a young woman who had been a piece on other people's boards her whole life being offered, for once, a hand of her own to play. "You'd trust me with that," she said, "knowing my house has betrayed every ally it ever had the moment the wind changed. Renly, then Joffrey, and now you. You'd put the fall of King's Landing in the hands of a Tyrell. I'd put it in the hands of a Tyrell who finally has a reason not to flip," Jon said. "That's the whole trick of trusting clever people, my lady. You don't ask them to be loyal. Loyalty, S for fools and dead men. You make sure that betraying you is more dangerous and less profitable than standing with you, and then you can trust them completely because they're trustworthy in the only way that lasts, which is self-interest pointed in the right direction. Betray me to the Lannisters and you're a Tyrell in a lion's den when the dragons come, 2 of them, mine and my aunt, S, and the lions lose and you burn with them. Stand with me and you're the architect of the new realm, your house secured forever, your grandmother's gold made into a great office, and your name in the histories as the woman who was cleverer than Tywin Lannister in his own city. I'm not asking you to love me. I'm asking you to be smart, which I'm told you can't help being. That's a far steadier thing to build on than love." For the first beat she said nothing. Then Margaery Tyrell smiled, and this time it reached all the way up, because she had spent her whole life being told what she was worth by men who wanted to own her, and a stranger with a wolf had just told her she was worth a kingdom's fall, and meant it. "My grandmother is going to adore you," she said. "She'll never admit it, but you've just done the one thing she respects above all others, which is see a person clearly and pay them what they're actually worth. Tell me the rest. Tell me what my house gets, the boring part, the gold and the titles, so I can tell grandmother you covered it. And then let's talk about exactly which gates open and when, because I've spent a year learning the Red keeps secrets, and I've been dying to use them on someone who'd appreciate the work. The boring part, as Margaery called it, was the part that bound the Reach, and Jon laid it before Olenna that evening with Margaery's blessing already secured, which the old woman noticed and weighed and said nothing about, though her silence had the quality of a ledger entry made. The Tyrells would have the mastery of coin. The office Petter Baelish had vacated, the one seat on the small council that touched the realm's gold, which was the office a house of merchant lords had always truly wanted more than any crown, because a crown could be taken and gold, properly tended, only grew. Mace Tyrell would have it and be flattered, and the actual work would be done by clever Tyrell stewards under Olenna's eye, and the Reach's wealth would marry the realm's wealth in a way no wedding could match. The grain would flow north under royal contract at a fair price, fortunes made honestly, the Reach feeding the war against the dead and being paid handsomely to do it. And the marriage Olenna wanted, the Tyrell blood in the royal line, Jon gave her too, only forward. A betrothal sealed and witnessed between House Tyrell and the line of the Iron Throne, to be made flesh in the next generation. A Tyrell daughter promised to the dragon's heir, so that the crown Olenna craved would sit on a Tyrell grandchild's head after all. Just one reign later, and without the dragon war that the sooner crown would cost. A crown for my great-grandchild instead of my granddaughter, Olenna said, turning it over. You're asking me to want a thing I won't live to see. I'm asking you to do the thing you've done your whole life, which is plant a tree whose shade you'll never sit in, Jon said. It's the only kind of planting that builds a great house, and the Tyrells are the greatest house in the realm at exactly that, which is why you're rich and the rains are bones in a flooded mine. You don't need to see the crown to know you've won it. You only need to know it's coming and that the man who promised it keeps his charters. Ask the North. Ask Stannis Baratheon, who'd sooner eat his own sword than say a kind word about me, what my written word is worth. I've spent this whole campaign making one currency, Lady Olenna, and it's the only one that survives winter. It's the belief that the dragon keeps his bargains. Spend 100,000 spears on it. It'll pay your house better than any crown that comes with a war attached. Olenna Tyrell was quiet for a long while, and the candles burned down, and somewhere a Tyrell musician played something that was probably about roses. My granddaughter likes you, she said at last. That's worse than it sounds. Margaery doesn't like people. She studies them and decides what they're for. She came back from your little talk and told me you were the first man who'd ever offered her a job instead of a leash, and she said it like a girl in a song, which she has not been since she was 9 years old, and that frightens me more than your dragons, because a Tyrell who likes someone is a Tyrell who might do something unwise for them. The walnut face creased. But she also told me your plan for the capital, and it's a good plan, better than good. It's the plan I'd have made if I'd had her access and your nerve. So, you'll have the reach, dragon, the spears, the grain, the gold, the gates of kings landing opened from inside by my granddaughter's clever hands, and a crown promised to my blood in the fullness of time. And in exchange I want one thing that isn't on your list, one small thing, and then we're agreed. Name it, Jon said. When the other dragon lands, Olenna said, and you go to make your peace with your aunt, the one that decides whether the realm unites or burns, you take my granddaughter with you, not as a bride, as a negotiator, because you'll be a man asking a proud queen to share a throne she thinks is wholly hers, and you'll do it like a man, head on, all honesty and arithmetic, and you'll very nearly ruin it. And at the crucial moment, you'll need someone in the room who has spent her whole life making proud people feel they've won when they've actually compromised. That's Margaery's true gift, and it's the one you'll need most and have least of because you're honest, dragon, honest to a fault. And honesty is a terrible tool for handling a woman with 3 dragons and a lifetime of being told the throne is hers by right. Take my granddaughter to that meeting. Let her save you from yourself. That's my price. Jon considered it. It was, he realized, a better term than anything he'd thought to ask for, and it had been offered by the other party as if it were a cost. And that was when he understood that Olenna Tyrell had just done to him exactly what she did to everyone, which was make him grateful for the thing she most wanted. You're very good at this, he said. I'm the best there's ever been, Olenna said, without vanity, because it was simply true. And I'm on your side now. Gods help us both, which means you've just become considerably harder to kill. Sit down and have a real drink, your grace, and tell an old woman about these dead men of yours, because if I'm going to bet my whole house on the end of the world, I'd at least like to hear about it from someone who's seen it. And stop looking so pleased with yourself. You won the reach, yes. You won it by giving away your own marriage, which means the hardest bargain of your whole campaign is still ahead of you, in a room with a woman who has dragons and doesn't need your spears or your charters or anything else you've used to buy the rest of them. I've handed you Margaery for that room. You'll still have to walk into it, and I don't envy you the walk. Garland Tyrell mustered the reach in the days that followed, and Jon rode out to watch it, because a king should see the size of a thing before he spends it. The host that came up the Rose Road was the largest single army in Westeros, column on column of spears under 100 banners. The apple-green Fossaways and the Florents and the Hightors out of Old Town with their gray stone strength and their bottomless purse. And Garland rode the line beside Jon, naming each house and its grievances and its worth, which was the most useful afternoon of soldiering Jon had spent since the Wall. "They'll fight well," Garland said, "if you give them a reason that isn't only my father's ambition. The Reach has bled in 2 wars for Tyrell crowns these last years and gotten little for it but funerals, and a 3rd war for a 3rd crown is a hard thing to sell a lord who's already buried sons. Give them the dead, your grace. Make it the war that's worth the spears. My brother Loras has lost the one person he ever loved, and is looking for something large enough to spend the grief on. And there are 10,000 men in this host with the same hole in them. And a commander who can point all that grief at the right enemy will have an army that fights past the place where ordinary armies break. Then I'll give them the truest reason there is," Jon said, and he had the White's hand brought out, the thing that still groped after a season in iron, and he showed it to the captains of the Reach as he had shown it to Stannis and the lords of the North, and the soft, golden, laughing kingdom stopped laughing. Garland Tyrell looked at the grasping fingers and then at Jon and said only, "Oh," very quietly, the sound a competent man makes when he rearranges his entire understanding of the war he has just agreed to fight. What the Reach brought, beyond the spears, was the thing the war would run on after the sword stopped mattering, which was grain. Garland walked Jon through the granaries of Highgarden the next morning, vaults the size of septs packed to their stone ceilings. 3 years of harvest held in reserve against exactly the kind of winter no one in the green South had believed in, until a White's hand groped at them across a council table. "The North can field hard men," Garland said, "and the Vale can field rich ones, but an army of 100,000 eats whether it's fighting or marching or freezing on your wall, and there's one kingdom in Westeros that can feed it for years, and you've just married into its larder. Remember that when the histories sing about dragons. The dead won't be beaten by fire, they'll be beaten by bread, and the men who grew it, and the roads that carried it north." Jon told him it was the first piece of strategy anyone had offered him that the songs would never mention, which was how he knew it was true. The news came 3 nights later by a fast ship out of the east, and it confirmed everything Jon had told Olenna and worse. Daenerys Targaryen had taken Meereen. She had broken the slaver cities of Slavers Bay one after another, freed 100,000 chained men, and made an army of them. And her 3 dragons were no longer the size of dogs but the size of horses and growing. And she had stopped calling herself a princess and started calling herself a queen. Queen of Meereen, breaker of chains, mother of dragons, and the last word in every account was the one that mattered, the title she had taken that belonged to no eastern city at all, the rightful queen of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. She was building a fleet. She was looking west, and she did not yet know, could not yet know, that the throne she meant to claim by fire was already half bound under the banner of a nephew she'd never heard of, a dead brother's son she'd been raised to believe had been murdered in his cradle in King's Landing. 6 kingdoms, Robb said, looking at the map, at the great green reach now shaded with the dragon's red. North, Rivers, Vale, Stormlands, Dragonstone, Reach. 2 left that you can win with charters. Dorne, who hates your father's name, and the Iron Islands, who hate everyone's. And then he put his finger on the narrow sea, on the empty water where a queen with dragons was building her sails, and then the one you can't win with a charter at all. You gave away your marriage to keep the peace with her, brother. Let's pray she's the kind of woman who can be kept peace with, because if she isn't, you've spent a year binding a realm just in time to watch 2 dragons burn it down fighting over who gets to wear the crown." "She's my blood," Jon said, looking at the water. "Raised in exile, sold and beaten and survived it, and freed 100,000 slaves because she couldn't stand to watch them suffer." "That's not nothing, Rob. That's the same thing that's been driving me since the wall, just pointed east instead of north. A person who frees slaves because the chains offend her can be reasoned with by someone who wants the same world she does. I have to believe that, because the alternative is the thing you just said, and I haven't bound 6 kingdoms to watch them burn." He turned from the map. "Dorne next. And Dorne is where it gets personal, because the last 2 kingdoms don't want gold or grain or duty. Dorne wants vengeance for a woman my father wronged, and the Ironborn want plunder no king can sanction, and I'm going to have to give one of them a reckoning and the other a leash, and neither of those is written on any charter I've made yet. We ride south, to the one kingdom in the realm with a better reason to hate me than to follow me." Chapter 6, End Chapter 7. Sunspear's long memory, every other kingdom had hated Jon for what he might do. Dorne hated him for what he was, and there was no charter in the world that could fix a thing like that. So he came to Sunspear knowing that for the first kingdom in his campaign, he had nothing to sell that anyone wanted, and that he would have to find, somewhere in the oldest wound in the realm, a thing he could give away instead. The Sand Snakes met his party at the Water Gardens with their hands near their weapons and their contempt worn openly, because Dorne did not bother hiding its feelings the way the Green Kingdoms did. They were Oberyn Martell's daughters, 8 of them by various mothers, and the eldest looked Jon up and down and said, loud enough for the children playing in the pools to hear, "So this is the get of the man who threw our aunt away like a soiled glove. He has the Stark look. Of course he does." That was the whole point, wasn't it? Rhaegar wanted a wolf girl so badly he set a princess of Dorne aside to get one, and got her with child under a Dornish sky no less, in our mountains, and then let our Elia and her babes be butchered while he played at prophecy. And now the wolf girl's pup wants our spears. She spat in the dust at his horse's feet. "Welcome to Dorne, nephew. We've waited 17 years to meet the child our aunt died to make room for." Jon did not answer the spit. He had decided, riding down out of the Boneway, that there was no answer to it that did not make things worse, and that the only way through Dorne was to let them say the cruelest true things to his face and refuse to be made smaller by them. "You're Obara," he said instead to the eldest. "And you've every right to the spit, and I'll not pretend otherwise, and I didn't come here to be welcomed. I came to talk to your father and your uncle about the men who actually killed your aunt, who weren't my father, whatever else he was guilty of. My father shamed Elia Martell. The Lannisters murdered her. Those aren't the same crime, and I find I can do something about the second one, which is why I'm here. Now take me to Prince Doran, and say all the true cruel things you like on the walk, because every one of them is owed, and I'd rather you spent them on the road than in the prince's hall." Doran Martell received him in a cool, dim chamber out of the sun in a wheeled chair, his gouty legs wrapped, his face a still pool that gave back nothing. He let Jon stand a while. Then he said in a voice like water moving under ice, "My daughter spat on you. I am told you did not wipe it away until you were out of her sight. That is either great self-control or great calculation, and in a king the two are the same thing, so I will not ask which. Sit, son of Rhaegar. You have come a long way to a kingdom that has every reason to feed you to the sand, and I am curious enough about why to give you the courtesy of a chair." "You're a Targaryen loyalist," Jon said, sitting. "That's why I've come. Everyone in the realm thinks Dorne stayed out of the war because it's far away and stubborn. I think Dorne stayed out of the war because you were waiting. You bent the knee to Robert because you had no choice with your sister's blood on his allies' hands, but you never forgave it. And you've spent 17 years keeping your spears sharp and your patience long, betrothing your children to dead dynasties, and watching the East for a particular set of sails. You sent for the dragon, Prince Doran. Years ago. You just didn't expect two of them, and you certainly didn't expect one of them to be the very heir your house has the most reason to hate. That's the knot, isn't it? The restoration you've waited for your whole life has arrived wearing the face of the woman who replaced your sister. Something moved in the still water of Doran Martell's face. Not much. Enough. You know more than a boy should, he said. Who told you what I've waited for? Not your spies. I've fed your spies very carefully. Someone told you. No one told me, Jon said. I worked it out, the way I work everything out, by asking what a clever patient man would do in your place, and then assuming you'd done it, because you've a reputation for being the most clever and patient man in Westeros, and reputations like that are usually earned. A Targaryen comes to power, and the first kingdom that hates him most is also, secretly, the kingdom that's wanted him back the longest. That's not a coincidence. That's grief, Prince Doran. You loved your sister, and you loved the dynasty she married into, and the Lannisters took both from you in one night. And you've spent 17 years unable to decide whether you want the dragons restored or punished for what their obsession cost you. Because the answer is both, and both can't be had at once. And that contradiction is the prison you've been pacing for half your life. I came here to offer you the key. You can have both. I'm going to show you how. The Prince of Dorne was quiet for a long moment. Show me then, he said. But you'll show my brother too. Oberyn loved Elia more than I did, if such a thing can be measured, and Oberyn does not deal in patience or contradiction. Oberyn deals in blood. If you can survive a conversation with my brother, son of Rhaegar, then perhaps there is something in you worth the kingdom you've come to take. And if you cannot, the still water did not ripple. Then Dorne will at least have had the satisfaction of watching the wolf girl's pup learn what we've carried, before the sand takes him. Oberyn Martell, the Red Viper, did not sit when he came into the chamber. He prowled. He was lean and dark and beautiful in a dangerous way, and he came around the room like water finding the low places. And when he stopped very close to Jon, close enough that a knife could have ended the campaign, and he looked into Jon's face and searched it the way a man searches a thing he means to destroy for the seams where it'll break. Rhaegar's eyes, Oberyn said softly. Number Lyanna S. You have the wolf girl's eyes. I met her once, you know. At Harrenhal before any of it. She was wild and lovely, and she laughed at the wrong moments, and I understood why your father lost his prophesying head over her, and I have hated her for 17 years for being worth losing a head over, because my sister was worth 10 of her and your father couldn't see it. His voice never rose. That was the dangerous thing about it. They raped my sister in the Tower of the Hand, the mountain. He was so large and she was so small, and her children, her babies, Rhaenys under the bed where she'd hidden 100 stab wounds, and a girl who'd done nothing but be born to the wrong father, and little Aegon, the babe, your half-brother that should have been. The mountain took him by the feet, and Oberyn stopped. He was not a man who stopped. And your father caused it, by his choosing, by his crown of winter roses. Give me one reason, nephew, one true reason, why I should not open your throat right now and let Dorne's long memory finally have a little blood to wash it down. One reason. And do not insult me with a charter. Jon held the dark, furious eyes and did not look away, because looking away here was death, and because the man deserved to be looked at while he said it. I won't give you a reason not to, Jon said. I'll give you a better thing than a reason. I'll give you a choice between two bloods. You can have mine right now, and it'll be warm and quick, and it'll feel like justice for about an hour. And then you'll have killed the one king in Westeros who's marching an army straight at the men who actually held the knives. My father didn't rape your sister. My father didn't crush an infant against a wall. Tywin Lannister ordered it and Gregor Clegane did it and Amory Lorch helped. And they are all of them still alive. Prince Oberyn, still breathing, Tywin behind the throne and the mountain in his service and Lorch. Jon paused because this was the gift, and he wanted it to land clean. Amory Lorch is in a cage in my camp outside your walls. We took him in the Riverlands, where he was burning villages for the Lannisters the same way he burned through your sister's nursery. I brought him to Dorne. I brought him to you, not as a charter, as a down payment. You want blood to wash down 17 years. I've brought you a man who helped spill the blood you're grieving, and I'm putting him in your hand, and there are 2 more where he came from, and my whole army is pointed at the road that ends with their heads. That's the choice, Oberyn. My blood now and an hour of feeling avenged. Or their blood, all of it. Every man who touched your sister and her children with the dragon's whole strength behind your spear. Choose like a man who actually wants the thing he's grieving for, not the man closest to hand. The Red Viper stared at him. You brought me Amory Lorch, he said, in a cage. In a cage, Jon said. He's yours. Do what you like with him, in front of whoever you like, by whatever law of Dorne you keep. I won't ask for him back, and I won't tell you to be merciful, because mercy isn't owed to a man who murders children, and I'm not such a fool as to lecture you about your own sister. But understand what it means that I brought him. It means I knew exactly what Dorne wanted, and I rode in with a piece of it in a cage, because I'd rather buy you with vengeance you can taste than words you'll forget. The Lannisters murdered Elia. I'm going to murder them back with you and call it justice, because for once the cold thing and the just thing point at the same wall. Take Lorch, and then come talk to me about the other 2, because the mountain's the one you really want, and I have a plan for the mountain that ends with him dead and you standing over him, and I'd very much like you alive to do the standing. They gave Amory Lorch to Dorne's justice in the great court of Sunspear, before the assembled lords of the desert, and Jon made himself watch, because a king who delivered a man to death and then looked away had no business delivering him at all. He would not describe it after, not to Robb, not to anyone, except to say that Dorne kept a long memory and a longer reckoning, and that when it was done, Oberyn Martell came to him with the heat gone out of his rage and something colder and more useful left in its place, and that the something colder was the beginning of an alliance. You knew, Oberyn said low, the 2 of them apart from the crowd. You knew that giving me Lorch would do more than any speech. You read my grief like a map, and you brought the exact thing that would move me. I should hate you for it. It's a manipulation, the same as you worked on the Baratheon. My brother's spies tell me. You find what a man cannot live without and you put it in his hand and then you own him. It's manipulation, Jon agreed, because he'd stopped lying about it weeks ago and found the honesty disarmed people more than any lie. And it's also true, both at once. I do read people, and I do give them what they can't live without, and yes, that's a kind of owning. But here's the part that makes it different from your enemy's version. Tywin Lannister reads people too. He found what your sister couldn't live without, which was her children, and he took it to teach the realm fear. I find what a man can't live without and I give it to him. That's the whole difference between us, Prince Oberyn, and it's the only difference that matters. We both see the lever. He pulls it to break people. I pull it to bind them. You can hate me for seeing your grief so clearly. But ask yourself which kind of king you'd rather the realm had, the one who finds your wound to twist it or the one who finds your wound to give you the medicine, because those are the only 2 kinds there are, and I'm the second, and I've spent this whole campaign proving it kingdom by kingdom. Oberyn was quiet, and then he laughed, a short surprised sound with no humor and a great deal of recognition in it. My brother is going to like you, he said, which is the worst thing I can say about a person, because my brother only likes things that are useful to him for a very long time. Come. He's ready to talk now. You've passed the only test that matters in Dorne, which is that you stood in front of the Red Viper and told him the truth while he held a knife, and you're still breathing and you didn't beg. That buys you the conversation. Whether it buys you the kingdom is up to the still water, and the still water, nephew, has been waiting 17 years for exactly this. And weighted men are the most dangerous bargainers in the world, because they've had all that time to decide what they want, and they will not be talked out of a syllable of it. The sand snakes did not spit at him again. That was how Jon measured the change, because Dorne did not give speeches about forgiveness and would have laughed at one. Obara cleaned her spear in his presence now instead of half drawing it, which from Obara was nearly an embrace. It was Ellaria Sand who came to him, though, Oberyn's paramour, the mother of his youngest girls, and she was the one person in Sunspear who looked at Jon with neither hatred nor calculation but a kind of weary searching, as if hunting in his stark face for the thing that had cost so many people so much. "They all want the mountain's head," she said. "My lover, his daughters, the whole of Dorne. They've wanted it 17 years and you've promised it to them, and they'll love you for it, in the hard Dornish way that looks like fury until the moment it doesn't. But I'll tell you a thing none of them will, dragon, because I've buried enough to have earned the right to say it. The head won't fix them. I've watched vengeance up close my whole life, and it never once gave a grieving person their dead back. It only gives them a day, one single day, where the wound stops being theirs to carry alone. You're buying Dorne with a day. Make sure, when you've spent it, that you've built something for them to walk into on the morning after, because a people who get their vengeance and find nothing behind it will turn that emptiness on the nearest king, and the nearest king will be you. That's the truest warning anyone's given me since the wall," Jon said, "and I'll answer it honestly. The day after the vengeance, I'm going to ask Dorne to march north and spend itself fighting the dead, which is the opposite of a reward, and I'm going to hope that a people who have finally set down a 17-year grief will have room in their hands at last to pick up a sword for the living instead of the dead. That's the something I'm building for the morning after. Not peace. A better war. It's the only honest thing I've got to offer a kingdom that's grieved this long. And I think, Ellaria, that you of all people might understand why it's better than peace, because peace would just be the silence where the grief used to be, and a better war is at least a reason to get up." Ellaria Sand looked at him a long moment, and then she nodded once and went to find her daughters, and Jon counted it the most important conversation he had in Dorne, more than the princes and more than the Viper. Because Ellaria was the one who would still be there long after the vengeance, holding the people together in the morning he'd warned her about. What Doran Martell wanted, it turned out, was very precise, and he laid it out the way a man lays out a thing he has rehearsed in the dark for years. "My son Quentyn is in the east," Doran said. "I sent him to find your aunt, to offer her a marriage and Dorne spears, to bring the dragons home through a Martell match. Because that was my plan, son of Rhaegar. That was the long, patient plan. That Dorne would be the kingdom that restored the Targaryens and married into them, and was repaid at last for what was taken in the Tower of the Hand. And now you arrive, a dragon I didn't account for, with 6 kingdoms already bound and a claim that's elder than your aunt's, and you tell me you mean to marry her yourself, to unite the 2 lines, which leaves my son holding an offer that is now worth nothing, and my house holding a grief that is now 17 years old and still unpaid, and you standing in my hall asking me to give you my spears for the privilege of watching another dragon take the throne my sister died beside." The still water held. "So, you will understand that the dead are coming is not by itself sufficient. Dorne has been promised many things by many kings. Tell me what Dorne is owed, son of Rhaegar, and pay it, or take your 6 kingdoms and go. And pray you can hold the wall without the spears of the only people in Westeros who remember how to fight in a land the enemy doesn't understand." Jon had thought about this on the long road through the Bone Way, and he gave Doran Martell the answer he had built, piece by piece, knowing it was the most expensive promise of his whole campaign and the only one worth its price. "Dorne is owed 3 things, and I'll pay all 3, Jon said. "First, the heads of Elia's murderers. Tywin Lannister, Gregor Clegane, and you have Lorch already, not as a favor. As the central war aim of my whole campaign, written into the cause, so that every man who marches under my banner knows we march to avenge a murdered princess and her children. And Elia Martell goes from the woman the realm forgot to the woman the realm avenged. Her name on the banner, Prince Doran. Her children's memory restored, named in the histories not as casualties but as the crime that brought a dynasty back. That's the first payment, and it's worth more than gold to a house that's grieved in silence for 17 years, because grief that's witnessed weighs less than grief that's hidden, and I'll make the whole realm a witness. Second, your son. When Quentyn reaches Daenerys, he won't be holding a worthless offer. He'll be holding mine. I'll make him my envoy to my aunt, the man who carries the proposal of union between the 2 dragons, which means it's a Martell who brokers the restoration after all, exactly as you planned, just with a different dragon at the end of it. Dorne still restores the Targaryens. Dorne still marries into the peace because, and this is the third thing, Jon set it down, the keystone, your blood marries mine, Prince Doran, forward in the next generation. The same pact I gave the Reach and meant differently, because the Reach I bound with ambition, and Dorne I'll bind with the one thing it's actually owed, which is to be the house that made the new dynasty whole, a Martell at the center of the realm. Elia's blood, restored to the place it was murdered out of. That's the debt and that's the payment, and it costs me a marriage I was never going to spend and a war aim I was always going to pursue, which means I'm paying you with things I'd have done anyway, dressed as the gift they actually are. Vengeance, a son's honor, and your blood at the heart of the realm. Tell me Dorne's been offered better in 17 years. Tell me, and I'll add to it. Doran Martell looked at him for a very long time, and the still water of his face did something it had not done in the whole audience, which was to show, briefly, the man underneath, an old grieving brother who had outlived his sister and spent his whole life turning that grief into patience, because patience was the only thing the murder had left him able to do. "You would put my sister's name on your banner," he said quietly. "After 17 years of the realm pretending she was a footnote to your father's prophecy, you would make her the cause." "She was always the cause," Jon said. "Robert called it a rebellion about a stolen wolf girl. It was never that. It was a realm so rotten that a great lord could murder a princess and her babies and be rewarded for it with the regency. And that rot is exactly what's going to get everyone killed when the dead come. Because a realm that lets the powerful murder the innocent has already taught itself to do anything to survive. And a realm that'll do anything to survive lies right down for the cold. I'm not avenging Elia as a favor to Dorne. I'm avenging her because a realm that won't avenge her isn't worth saving from the dark. Her name belongs on the banner. It belongs there more than mine does. And that, in the end, undid the still water, because Doran Martell had spent 17 years being the only person in Westeros who remembered that his sister had mattered, and a dragon had just told him the whole realm was going to remember it too, and there is no patience deep enough to defend against finally, after half a lifetime, being told that your grief was right. "Dorne is yours," the prince said, and his voice was not quite steady, and he did not care that it wasn't, because the man he was bargaining with had earned the right to see it shake. The spears, the desert, the long memory, all of it, son of Rhaegar and Lyanna both, for the price of my sister's name made into your cause. My brother will lead my spears north, and gods help the dead when the Red Viper reaches them, and gods help the mountain before that, because you've promised Oberyn a reckoning, and I've watched my brother wait for it for 17 years, and I would not be Gregor Clegane for all the gold in Casterly Rock. The still water returned, but warmer now, an old man who had finally set something down. 7 kingdoms, dragon. You've 7 of 8 if we count your father's island. Only the Krakens left. And the Krakens are a different problem, because the Ironborn don't grieve and they don't dream, and they can't be bought with a dead woman's name. They want only what they can take, and a king who has nothing to take from them has nothing they want. Arryn Martell found Jon before he left Sunspear, the prince's heir, dark and clever and amused, a woman who had spent her life waiting to rule a kingdom her father guarded too closely. She looked him over with frank appraisal and said, "My father has promised you my blood in the next generation. I want you to know I agreed to it before he asked, which spoils his sense of having maneuvered me, and I'm telling you because a partnership begins badly if one party believes the other was traded like a broodmare. I chose Dorne's place at the heart of your realm. Me, not him. When my daughter or my niece weds into your line, remember that a Martell offered her and did not have her taken, because that difference matters to us more than it ever will to you green folk, and the king who forgets it will find Dorne the easiest kingdom to bind and the easiest to lose." "I'll remember," Jon said, "because my cousin in the Vale taught me the same thing, and I expect my aunt across the sea is about to teach it to me harder. The women of this realm are tired of being slid across the board, and the king who lets them move themselves wins their houses twice. You chose. It will be written that way in the charter in your own words. Dorne offered and was not taken." Arryn studied him and decided to be satisfied, which from a Martell was its own kind of oath. The Dornish spears mustered the next morning, 10,000 of them and more, light and fast and deadly under the desert sun, the only soldiers in the realm who had ever fought dragons to a standstill, marching now behind a dragon, which Dorne had not done since Aegon's day. Elia Martell's name flew on their banners. The Red Viper rode at their head with a reckoning waiting for him in the west, and behind him came his daughters and Elaria, and the accumulated weight of a grief that had finally been given a direction to move in, north, toward the only enemy old enough to outlast a Dornish memory. 7, Robb said that night in the camp outside Sunspear, with the desert stars enormous overhead and Oberyn Martell's daughters no longer near their weapons. "You bound Dorne with a dead woman's name and a man in a cage. I watched the prince's face when you said you'd put Elia on the banner. I've seen men bend the knee for gold and for fear and for love, and I never once saw a man bend the knee out of gratitude for finally being believed. You found a currency I didn't know existed." "Grief's the deepest currency there is," Jon said. "Deeper than gold, deeper than fear. Every great house in this realm is carrying a wound it's never been allowed to set down, and the king who lets them set it down owns them in a way no charter can match. The North carried the murder of its lord. The rivers carried being bled for a war they didn't start. Dorne carried Elia for 17 years. I keep thinking I'm buying kingdoms with cleverness, Robb, and the truth is I'm buying them by being the first king in a generation who'll look at what was done to them and say out loud that it was wrong." He looked north and west, toward the iron-gray sea where the last kingdom waited. "And that's exactly why the Ironborn are going to break my run. They don't carry a wound. They carry an appetite. You can't heal an appetite or honor it or witness it. You can only feed it or starve it, and a king who feeds the Krakens turns them loose on his own coasts, and a king who starves them makes an enemy with 1,000 ships. There's no third door with the Ironborn. There's the door where I buy them with someone else's blood, and the door where I break them, and I've spent this whole campaign avoiding exactly that choice, and the Krakens are where it finally catches me." Chapter 7. In Chapter 8. Iron and salt, there was nothing Jon could give the Ironborn, and that was the whole problem in a sentence. He had spent the campaign learning the price of kingdoms. The North wanted its old rights. The rivers wanted rescue. The Vale wanted a true word. Stannis wanted vindication, the Reach wanted a crown for its blood, Dorne wanted a dead woman avenged. Every one of them carried a hunger he could feed. The Ironborn carried a hunger too, but it was the one hunger no king could honestly feed, because what the Ironborn wanted was to take, and a man cannot give you the pleasure of taking, only the permission, and permission to take always means taking from someone, which meant the price of the Krakens was paid by whoever Jon pointed them at. It went deeper than appetite, and Jon had made himself learn the depth of it before he came, because a king who treated the Ironborn as ordinary raiders would die of the assumption. They had a god at the bottom of the sea who drowned them and gave them back, and a faith that taught that the only worthy thing a man could pay was the iron price, taken by force from a living owner, never the gold price that soft Greenlanders paid from their purses. A thrall's labor was worthless to them. A thing seized from a man you'd killed was holy. You could not bribe a people who believed that buying was beneath them. You could only give them a man to take from, or become the man they took from. And Jon had spent the voyage turning that fork over and finding no third tine on it, no matter how he held it to the light. "You'll have to point them somewhere," Theon Greyjoy said. He had come out to Jon's ship in a longboat alone, the Stark ward who had grown up at Robb's side and gone home to a father who looked at him like a soft Greenland thing the salt had spoiled. He was thinner than Jon remembered, and harder, and there was something in him that kept looking back toward the mainland as though he'd left a part of himself there. "My father will never kneel. Don't waste the words. He's called himself a king for a year and he'd burn the islands down before he'd be any man's lord. But the islands are bigger than my father, and older, and after him there's a kingsmoot, and a kingsmoot can be steered if you've a candidate and a coin and a reason. I can get you into Pike under guest right. After that, you're on your own among the drowned men, and I'd watch the wine, and I'd watch my uncle most of all, because the crows I came home last moon, and the islands have smelled of blood ever since." "Your uncle," Jon said. Euron. Theon's jaw did a thing. "I'll tell you what I know and you won't believe the half of it, and then you'll meet him and believe all of it and wish you didn't. He's been to places men don't come back from. He's got a horn he says binds dragons, hell-forged, and a ship full of mutes with their tongues cut out so they can't tell what they've seen. My father thinks Euron came home to bend the knee and beg a place. I think Euron came home because he heard there were dragons in the world again, and Euron has never in his life wanted a place. He wants the world, and he's finally found a thing big enough to be worth taking. And your aunt's 3 dragons are sitting in the east like fruit he means to pick." Balon Greyjoy was exactly as immovable as his son had promised, a hard, salt-cured old man on a throne carved like a kraken, and he heard Jon's offer of overlordship and lands and a place in the realm and laughed a dry seabird laugh. "Lands," Balon said. "You'd give me lands. Greenland dirt to grow cabbages on like a thrall. We do not sow dragon. That's not a saying we keep on a wall, it's the truth of what we are. The Greenlanders grow, and we take what they grow, because the sea makes hard men, and hard men do not bend over a plow. You want me to swear to you and farm and pay your taxes and call myself your servant, and you'll let me keep my rocks. I'd sooner the drowned god took me down to his watery halls. What is dead may never die, and I have been a king, and a king does not become a lord for any price a soft Southron boy can name. Take your charter back to the green kingdoms that wept for it. The Iron Islands kneel to no one, and never have, and never will while I draw breath." "That's a fine speech, and I respect the conviction in it," Jon said. "And it's also going to get your whole people killed. So let me answer it plainly, King Balon, one ruler to another, because I don't think anyone's talked to you straight in 20 years. You reave the green coasts because the green kingdoms are soft and divided, and no one ever musters to punish you. That world is ending. I've bound 6 kingdoms in Dragonstone, which means there's one hand now over the Reach's fleet, and the Arbor's fleet and Dragonstone's fleet, and the rivers and the north, all at once, as there hasn't been since the conquest. And the day I finish binding the realm, the Iron Islands stop being raiders in a sea of soft victims, and become a few thousand hard men on some rocks, surrounded by the largest navy ever assembled, ruled by a king who has every reason to scour you out of the water once and for all. The old way worked because the world was weak. I'm ending the weak world. You can be inside the new one with a target to reave and a place to keep your pride, or you can be the last king of a drowned people who reaved one season too long. That's the choice. Your conviction's real, but conviction doesn't float when the whole realm's fleet comes for your islands at once. Balon Greyjoy's salt-cured face worked, and for a moment Jon thought the truth had reached him, and then the old king's pride closed over it like water over a stone. "Come back when you've bound the world, boy," Balon said, "and we'll see if your great fleet can climb my rocks. Until then, the islands are mine, and you've had your Gestrite cup, and the tide's turning, and you'll want to be on it." Jon read the hall as he rose to go, because a king learns a court by noting who stands where their lord can see them. Aeron Greyjoy, the Dampfair, Balon's brother and the loudest drowned priest in the islands, stood by the throne with seawater dripping from his hair and salt crusted in his beard, watching Jon with the flat certainty of a man who held that every word out of a Greenlander's mouth was a lie the drowned god would one day punish. Victarion Greyjoy, the other brother, vast and slow and lethal, stood with his iron gauntleted fist and said nothing, which was the most that could be hoped of Victarion. And behind them, in the smoke and the torch shadow, stood captains Jon did not know and liked less, hard salt men who had been somewhere far in the last year and come home changed. And there was a sweetness under the smell of the sea in that hall, a sweetness gone faintly wrong, and Jon placed it only later, out on the water, when the news reached him. It was the smell of a court that already had its murderer standing in it, patient, waiting for the storm to give him cover. So Jon left, and 3 nights later Balon Greyjoy fell from a rope bridge in a storm and broke on the rocks below, and not one soul on the islands believed it was the wind that pushed him, because the crow's eye had come home, and the crow's eye did not wait for old men to die in their beds. The Kingsmoot was held on Naga's ribs, the ancient bones of a sea dragon on the holy shore of Old Wick, where the captains and kings of the Iron Islands had chosen their rulers since before the Green Kingdoms had kings at all. Jon had no voice there. No Greenlander did, but Jon had Theon, and Jon had gold, and Jon had Asha Greyjoy, Balon's daughter, who was everything her father had been without the part that couldn't see past its own pride. "You want me on the Seastone chair," Asha said, the night before, in a smuggler's cove where no drowned priest would see them meet. She was a lean, hard woman with a throwing axe and a sailor's directness, and she had taken the measure of Jon in about 4 breaths. "And in exchange I keep the islands off your coasts and lend you my fleet for your war, and you give my people a coast to reave that you don't mind losing, which is the Lannister coast, Lannisport and the green shores under Casterly Rock, because you're going to break the Lannisters anyway and you'd just as soon they were softened first. That's the deal. I worked it out on the boat over. It's a good deal. It's the only deal that keeps the islands alive in the world you're building, and I'm the only Greyjoy with the wit to take it, which is exactly why my uncle is going to win this Kingsmoot, because the captains don't vote for wit. They vote for the loudest promise of plunder, and there's no louder promise than the one my uncle is about to make. Which is dragons, Asha said. He's going to stand on Naga's ribs and blow a horn that scalds the lips off the man who sounds it, and tell 300 reavers that he's going to sail east and bind your aunt's dragons and come back and burn the green kingdoms to ash and rule the world from a throne of melted swords. And the terrible thing, dragon, is that he might be able to do it. The horn's real. I've heard it. It's the most frightening sound there is, and the men who hear it want to follow it, and that's the whole danger of my uncle. He's not mad in the way that loses you followers. He's mad in the way that gets 1,000 hard men to row toward the end of the world, because he's made the end of the world sound like the only thing worth rowing toward. Jon thought about Euron Greyjoy with a dragon-binding horn, sailing east toward an ant who had 3 dragons, and no idea the crow's eye was coming, and he understood that the Iron Islands had just stopped being the 7th kingdom on his list, and become the place where the whole realm could be lost. Then we don't beat him by promising more plunder, Jon said. We can't outbid a man promising the world. We beat him by making the captains afraid of him instead of dazzled by him, which means I need them to understand exactly what he is in the language they speak before he gets them drunk on the horn. Asha, what's the one thing the Ironborn fear? Not death. You don't fear death. You've a god at the bottom of the sea who hands it back. What's the thing under that? Asha Greyjoy looked at him and something flickered. Being thralls, she said slowly. Being owned. We took slaves for 1,000 years. The worst thing in the world to an Ironborn is to be the one taken. And my uncle, she stopped. My uncle keeps mutes. Men he's taken and unmade, tongues cut so they can't speak, rowing his ship forever. Every captain on those rocks has seen the Silence and her crew of the tongueless and told himself they were prisoners. They're not prisoners. They're what's left of men who followed Euron Greyjoy and stopped being useful. He doesn't free his men when he's done with them. He keeps them silent at the oar forever. He's the slaver. He's the thing we built the old way to never be again, and not one of those drunk fools has let himself see it, because the horn is louder than the truth. Then we make the truth louder than the horn, Jon said. You don't argue him down. You show them the silence. You put one of those mutes on Naga's ribs, and you let 300 reavers look at a man Euron took and unmade. And you ask them, in front of the bones of their own god, whether they mean to follow a man home from the world's edge who turns his own followers into thralls. Make them choose between a king who'd sail them east to be unmade and a queen who'd keep them ironborn. That's the only bid that beats the world. The fear of being owned by the very thing your whole people swore never to be again. It worked, but only just, and it cost a man's life to make it work, because that was the iron price, and the islands would not have believed a victory that came cheap. Asha stood on the holy shore and made her bid, the leash and the Lannister coast, and the islands alive in the new world. And the captains laughed at her for a woman and a Greenlander's friend. Then Euron Greyjoy came up out of the surf in his black armor with his smiling eye and his ruined one, and he sounded Dragonbinder, and the horn screamed across Old Wick like a thing in pain, and 300 reavers swayed toward it as though the sound had hooks in them. And for a moment Jon, watching from the rocks where Greenlanders were not supposed to be, thought the realm was lost on a beach he'd never heard of a moon ago. And then Theon Greyjoy, who had spent his whole life being not quite Ironborn and not quite Stark and despised by both, walked out onto Naga's ribs and did the bravest thing Jon ever saw a frightened man do. He brought out one of the Silence's mutes, a hollow-eyed rower with a healed stump where his tongue had been, and he stood the man in front of his uncle and the holy bones and the whole drowned assembly, and he said, in a voice that shook and did not stop, this was a captain. This was Harlan of the Black Tide, who I drank with when I was a boy, who followed my uncle east 3 years ago, a free man. Look at him. This is what my uncle does with the men who follow him. He doesn't pay the iron price. He makes you pay it forever at his oar with your tongue in a jar. You want to follow him to the dragons. This is the dragons. This is what's waiting for you at the end of his horn. Not plunder, the silence. Forever. The crow's eye killed Theon for it. He crossed the ribs in 3 strides and opened Theon Greyjoy's throat before any drowned man could move, smiling the whole time, and Theon fell on the holy bones with his star-crazed blood running into the sand. But the thing was done. 300 reavers had looked at the mute, and then at Euron's smile, and then at the body of a man murdered on the Kingsmoot ground for telling a true thing, and the fear Jon had needed bloomed in them all at once. The oldest ironborn fear, the fear of being taken and owned, and they would not give the seastone chair to the slaver who just unmade a captain and murdered a prince on their god's own bones. They gave it to a Sha. And Euron Greyjoy, who could read a room better than any man alive, did not wait to be denied. He laughed and called them sheep, and walked back into the surf to his black ships. And the Silence and her sister ships ran out their oars and turned their prows east into the dark, toward the narrow sea, and beyond it the dragons he meant to bind. And Jon stood on the rocks and watched the most dangerous man in the world sail off to do the most dangerous thing in the world, with a head start and a hell horn, and nothing now between him and Daenerys Targaryen but open water. "He's going for her," a Sha said beside him, blood from the Kingsmoot still on the sand below. "Your aunt. He'll try to take the dragons before she even knows to fear him. Then he's just given me the one thing I couldn't buy," Jon said quietly, watching the black sails shrink. "A reason for 2 dragons to need each other. I've been trying to work out how to walk into a room with a queen who has 3 dragons and convince her not to burn me for the throne she thinks is hers. And Euron Greyjoy just handed me a shared enemy who wants to enslave us both. Thank you, Theon." He said the name to the wind, to the body on the bones, to the friend of his brother who had finally, at the last, chosen which blood he was. "You died Ironborn and Stark at once, and you bought the realm a chance, and I'll see your sister keeps the islands you bled for." They gave Theon Greyjoy to the sea the next dawn, in the Ironborn way, because a Sha would have it so, and Jon would not argue a sister out of burying her brother by the rights of her own god. They laid him in a longboat with a sword in his hands, and the salt water already finding him through the planks. And Aeron Damphair, who had no love for the nephew the Starks had softened, said the words anyway, because the drowned god took all the Ironborn home regardless of where they'd been raised. "What is dead may never die," the drowned men intoned, but rises again, harder and stronger. Jon stood on the rocks with the wind off the gray water and watched the boat go out and burn. And he thought about a quick, clever boy who had grown up at Robb's side throwing knives and laughing too loud. Never quite a Stark and never quite a Greyjoy, despised on both shores, who had spent his whole short life looking for a place he belonged and found it only in the last moment of it, on a holy beach, telling a true thing to men who would kill him for it. There were worse places to find yourself. There were worse deaths than dying as the man who finally chose. Jon would carry Theon north with the rest of his dead, the rangers and the friends and the names, and he found the weight of them was becoming, slowly, the heaviest thing the crown laid on him, heavier than the charters, heavier than the war. He'd have hated the speech, a Sha said beside him, dry-eyed because the Ironborn did not weep where others could see. He'd have made some joke about the smell. He always did when a thing got too large for him to feel safely. She watched the boat burn down to the water line. "But he died well, and he died ours. And you'll keep your word about the islands, dragon, because if you don't I'll know. And a Greyjoy pays the iron price even on kings." It was as close to thanks as the Iron Islands had in them, and Jon took it for what it was. Asha's first act as Queen of the Islands was to send the longships out, not west toward the green coasts where her people had always pointed them, but to the Lannister shores, under a writ from the dragon that made the reaving lawful, a thing the old way had never once in its long history been. It was a strange thing to watch, a reaver fleet sailing under a king's license, and the older captains grumbled that a sanctioned raid was no raid at all, that the iron price wasn't iron if a Greenlander king had signed a paper permitting it. "I shall let them grumble. They'll stop grumbling when the holds are full," she told Jon, "and they'll stop being reavers at all in a generation, which is what you actually want, and what I'll never say aloud on these rocks, because a queen who admits she's ending the old way doesn't stay queen long enough to end it. You and I are going to drown 1,000 years of plunder by smiling and calling it a war, and the only mercy is that the men we're saving from it will never know they were saved." Jon thought it the cleverest thing any of the kings he'd bound had said to him, and that a shag Greyjoy would outlast every lord at the council, because she understood the one thing most of them did not, which was that you changed a people by handing their old appetite a new and temporary target, and waiting for the appetite to forget what it had once been for. A shag Greyjoy took the seastone chair and the bargain with it, and it was the dirtiest deal of the whole campaign, and Jon did not pretend otherwise to himself or to Robb. "I've turned the Krakens loose on the Lannister coast," he said that night, the islands behind them and the sails pointed back toward the mainland and the gathering host. "Lannisport will burn. Fishing villages under Casterly Rock that never did me a wrong will be reaved by men I gave permission. I told myself the whole campaign that I was the king who didn't murder the small folk, and I just handed a fleet of reavers a coast full of them and called it strategy. That's the cost of the Seventh Kingdom, Robb. Not gold, not a marriage, a piece of the thing I keep telling everyone I'm protecting. I bought the Ironborn with other people's blood, exactly the way I swore I never would, and the worst part is I'd do it again, because the alternative was Euron with the dragons and the dead behind him, and that's everyone's blood instead of some of it. But I want you to see me do it. I want you to remember that the king who bound the realm with charters and true words also turned reavers loose on his own people when the arithmetic demanded it, and that he knew exactly what he was doing and did it anyway. Grab my arm if it ever stops costing me something. It hasn't yet. This one's going to cost me for a long time." Robb was quiet a while. "You could have lied to yourself about it," he said. "Most kings would. Called it justice on the Lannister coast, made it clean in the telling. You didn't. The day I make it clean in the telling is the day I've become Tywin," Jon said. He made every cruel thing he ever did clean in the telling. The Rains, the Tarbecks, Elia's children, all of it justice, all of it necessary, all of it clean. The only thing standing between me and being him is that I refuse to wash the blood off in the story. Keep me dirty, Robb. A king who remembers the cost is a king who will stop paying it the moment he can. A king who forgets becomes the thing on the other side of the wall, wearing a crown. There's a kindness in it too, if you want one, Robb said. Not for the Lannisport fishwives, gods keep them. For the Ironborn. You gave Asha a way to keep her people Ironborn without reaving your own coasts forever, which means in a generation there might be a Greyjoy who's never put a Greenlander village to the torch, who fought the dead instead, who came home with honor that wasn't stolen. You can't end the old way by forbidding it. You can only point it at a worse enemy and let the next generation forget it ever pointed anywhere else. That's not nothing, brother. That's how the free folk stopped being raiders too, more or less. You gave them a war big enough to be worth more than the raiding. That's the hope, Jon said. It's a thin hope and it's paid for in burned villages I'll answer for to whatever gods are keeping the ledger. But it's the only door that doesn't end with me drowning the Iron Islands, and I've drowned enough of this realm's people for one campaign without adding a whole kingdom to the count. He looked east, where Euron's black sails had vanished, and somewhere beyond the horizon, a queen with 3 dragons did not yet know that her nephew had bound a realm, or that a monster was rowing toward her in the dark. 7 kingdoms, only the lions left, and they're the strongest of all, and the cleverest man in the realm sits behind their throne. And now there's a second dragon on the water, and a kraken hunting her, and the whole thing I've spent a year building comes down to a single room I haven't walked into yet. The room came to him sooner than he expected. They were 3 days from the host, rowing up the coast under a hard gray sky, when the lookout sang out and Jon came to the rail and saw, on the southern horizon, sails. Not black, not the crow's eye. A great fleet under a banner he had only ever seen in books and on the carved walls of Dragonstone. A red 3-headed dragon on black, the same beast that flew on his own banner now stitched beside the wolf. And above the fleet, impossibly, 3 shapes wheeling in the cold air, too large to be birds, trailing smoke, and the sound that came across the water was a sound no living man in Westeros had heard in a century and a half, the cry of dragons. The ironborn rowers stopped rowing without being told. Hard-reeving men who feared neither storm nor steel sat with their oars dead in the water and stared at the wheeling shapes, and Jon understood, watching them, exactly how much had just changed and how little. The dragons were the most powerful thing in the world. They were also, he made himself remember, only the most powerful thing in the world, which was a smaller category than it sounded, because the most powerful thing in the world still could not make a northern lord trust a reach lord, could not stop a Lord Grafton from calculating his own survival, could not hold a wall against an enemy that did not burn. He had spent a year learning that power was the cheap part and binding was the dear part. And here came 3 flying engines of raw power to test whether he'd actually believed his own lesson, or only said it because he'd lacked the dragons to be tempted. Now he had access to the temptation. Now he would find out what he was. Daenerys Targaryen had landed at Dragonstone, in her ancestors' fortress, the same week the realm's last free kingdom bent to her nephew's banner. The 2 dragons were on the same waters at last, and Jon stood at the rail of an ironborn longship watching his aunt's dragons circle the towers of their shared house, and understood that everything he had built in a year, 6 kingdoms and Dragonstone and the Krakens and the grain and the gold and the spears, all of it, now balanced on whether he could walk into a room with a woman who had fire and blood enough to take it all and make her choose to share instead of burn. "Robb," he said, not turning from the rail, "send a raven to the Reach. Tell Margaery to ready herself, and send a rider to Sunspear, to Quentin Martell if he's home, and one to Stannis, and one to Sansa in the Vale. The whole realm is about to find out whether I'm a king or just a clever boy who got further than anyone expected before the dragons came." The shapes wheeled and cried over the black towers, because the hard part was never going to be taking the throne. It was always going to be this: 2 dragons, 1 realm, and a room with no charter in it big enough to hold us both unless we decide, the 2 of us, to make one. Chapter 8 in Chapter 9. The Lion's Last Roar. Daenerys Targaryen received him in the chamber of the painted table, on the same carved continent where he had bargained Stannis out of a throne, and a dragon the size of a warhorse lay coiled on the painted west with smoke leaking from its nostrils. And Jon understood within 3 heartbeats that everything he had learned about binding kingdoms was about to be tested by a woman who held the one card he had never been able to put on a table. She was younger than he'd expected and older in the eyes, silver-haired, straight-backed, and she looked at him with the particular hunger of a person who had been promised a thing her whole life, and finally come to claim it, and found someone already standing in the doorway. "They tell me," Daenerys said, "that the realm I crossed the world to take has bent the knee to a boy who was a bastard a year ago. They tell me you are my brother Rhaegar's son, got on a Stark girl, hidden away while I was sold like a broodmare to a horselord to buy an army I no longer needed. They tell me you have 6 kingdoms and Dragonstone and the Spears of Dorne, all the things I was going to take with fire, taken already, by nephew I never knew lived." Her hand rested on the dragon's snout, and the beast's eye opened, gold and ancient. So you'll forgive me if I find it difficult to believe the gods carried me through the death of a husband and a son and a whole life in exile, only to arrive and be told the work is done, and there's no room for me in it. Convince me, sister-son. Convince me I should not simply take what is mine the way my ancestors took it. I have 3 dragons. You have charters. We both know which one wins a war. Dragons win wars, Jon agreed. They've never once won a peace. That's the whole of what I've learned in a year, Your Grace, and it's the only thing I have to offer you that's worth more than your fire. So let me say it plain before the room gets clever. Aegon the Conqueror had 3 dragons too, the largest the world ever saw, and he burned 2 armies to slag and forged the Iron Throne out of his enemies' swords. And he still couldn't make the realm love him, and Dorne fought him to a standstill with spears and sand. And the day his dragons died, the Targaryens spent 150 years holding the realm by their fingernails, until a drunkard with a warhammer knocked the whole thing over in a single rebellion. Fire takes a throne, it cannot hold one. The realm I've bound doesn't hold because I frightened it. It holds because every kingdom in it decided for its own cold reasons that it's better off whole. Burn your way to the throne and you'll have exactly what our family had before, a chair you have to defend forever against everyone you scorch to reach it. Or, Daenerys said, her hand stilled on the dragon. Or we stop being 2 dragons fighting over one throne, Jon said, and become the thing our house was supposed to be and never quite managed. One line, restored whole. You're the last true-born child of the old king. I'm the elder son of the last crown prince. Between us, we are the entire surviving blood of the dragon, and the realm has spent a year watching me bind it kingdom by kingdom precisely, so that there'd be something left for the dragons to come home to instead of ash. I didn't keep my hand from every great house in Westeros because I'm cold. I kept it for you, for this room, because the only ending where 2 dragons don't burn the realm fighting each other is the ending where the 2 dragons marry their claims into one and rule the thing together. And I've spent a year telling every lord in the realm that I'd pay any price for the peace. And you, Daenerys, are the price. And I find I'd rather call it a partnership than a price, because from everything I've heard of you, you're the only person alive who wants the same world I do. You freed 100,000 slaves because you couldn't stand the chains. I bound a fractured realm because I couldn't stand the coming dark. We're the same fire pointed at 2 different injustices. Marry your claim to mine and we don't have to choose which injustice to fight. We fight both, together. That's the offer, not a surrender, a union, the dragon with 2 heads the way it was always meant to be. You speak of union, Daenerys said, but you have already bound the realm to yourself and not to me. 6 kingdoms knelt to the dragon, and the dragon they meant was you. If I marry my claim to yours, I become a sail on your ship, a Targaryen name to make your conquest look like a restoration. And in a generation, the histories will say Aegon VI united the realm, and wed a dragon queen from the east who happened to bring 3 useful beasts. I did not cross the world to be a footnote with wings. My whole life men have offered me partnerships that were ownership wearing a kinder word. My brother, my husband, every magister and sellsword who ever smiled at me. Tell me why yours is different, nephew, and do not tell me it's because you're honest, because the honest ones lie best of all. Because I'll put it in writing that you can leave, Jon said. The same clause I wrote for my brother in the north, the right to walk away, renewed every generation. If our union ever curdles into ownership, if a council or a court or a son of ours ever treats you as the lesser dragon, the charter gives you the standing and you already have the dragons to break it and rule your half alone. I'm not asking you to trust me, Daenerys. I'm asking you to trust a document built for the day you stop trusting me. That's the only kind of promise worth making to someone who's been lied to her whole life. Not a vow. An exit. I've found that people keep the bargains they're free to leave far better than the ones they're chained to. And I'd rather have you beside me because you choose it every morning than because some septon said words over us once. Daenerys Targaryen looked at him for a long time, and the dragon between them watched with its golden eye, and it was Margaery Tyrell, standing quiet by the wall where Olenna had placed her, who finally spoke the sentence that turned it, because she had spent her life learning exactly when a proud person needed someone to make the compromise feel like a victory. "Your Grace," Margaery said gently to Daenerys, "may I say the thing the king is too honest to say well. He has just offered you half of everything he spent a year bleeding to build, and he's offered it because he'd rather share a throne with an equal than sit one alone over a graveyard. I have served 3 monarchs who wanted the throne for itself. I know what that hunger looks like, and it isn't in his face, and it isn't in yours either, which is the rarest thing in the world. 2 people with a claim to absolute power who both want it for what it can do and not for what it is. You crossed the world to break chains. He bound a realm to fight the dead. Neither of you wanted a crown. You both wanted to fix something. The gods didn't carry you across the world to be made small, Your Grace. They carried you here to find the one person in Westeros who wants what you want and has spent a year building you a realm worth ruling. That's not the work being done without you. That's the work being done for you by a man who didn't know if you'd come in peace or in fire and built it anyway and saved you a seat. The decision was made for them in the end by the man who had wanted to enslave them both. Euron Greyjoy came out of the Eastern Dark 3 nights later with his black fleet and his hell horn, and he came not for the realm but for the dragons, because the crows I had heard there were 3 of them at Dragonstone and Dragonbinder in his hand could, he believed, take what no army could. The horn screamed across the water in the night, and one of the dragons answered it, the great black one, screaming back, fighting the sound. And for an hour the issue of the whole world hung on whether a hell-forged horn could turn the only weapon that could beat the dead. It could not, but it nearly did, and the nearly was what bound Jon and Daenerys past any charter. They fought Euron together. Daenerys rode her dragon into the Black Fleet and burned the silence to the waterline, with the crow's eye screaming his horn at her the whole way down. And Jon brought the combined fleets of the realm he'd bound, the red wine galleys of the Reach, and the longships of Ashag Greyjoy and Stannis Baratheon's Dragonstone ships, into Euron's flank, Ironborn against Ironborn, the New World's fleet against the Old World's monster. Euron Greyjoy died with his horn in his hands and his smile on his face, dragged down into the drowned gods' halls he'd always claimed to have visited, and the dragon that he'd tried to bind plucked his flagship out of the water and shook it to splinters. It was not bought cheaply. Euron Greyjoy did not go down alone. He dragged 1/3 of the realm's assembled fleet into the cold with him, red wine galleys and Dragonstone ships and Ashaz longships burning together, 2,000 men and more who would never see the war they had just made possible. One of Daenerys's dragons took a scorpion bolt through the wing and screamed in a register Jon felt in his teeth, and for a moment the whole issue of the world hung on whether the beast would fall. It did not fall, but it would not fly again for a month, which meant that in the largest sense the crow's eye had won a sliver of what he died for. He had cost the dragons 1/3 of their strength on the eve of the one war that needed all of it. Jon stood among the burning ships and made himself count that too, because a king who tallied only his victories was a king teaching himself to lie, and the price of killing Euron Greyjoy was a number he would carry north with all the others. And in the gray dawn after, with the sea full of burning ships and the dragons circling exhausted overhead, Daenerys Targaryen found Jon at the rail of his command galley and stood beside him without a word for a while, 2 people who had just fought the same nightmare from the same side. And then she said, "You came into my battle. You didn't wait at Dragonstone to see if my dragons would die and leave you the realm uncontested. You brought your whole fleet into a fight you could have let me lose. You'd have done the same, Jon said. I watched you ride a dragon into a fleet to save men you never met. We're the same Daenerys. I told you that in the chamber and you didn't believe me, because words are cheap and everyone's lied to you your whole life. So I stopped saying it and came and fought beside you instead, because that's the only true sentence I had left. He looked at her. I don't want you to marry me because the arithmetic demands it. I'd rather you married me because you've just seen, the way I've just seen, that there's exactly one other person in the world who will ride into the fire for strangers, and that the two of us together are going to be very hard to beat, and that we'd both rather build the world than rule the ash. The arithmetic's real, but I'd like it to be the smaller reason. Daenerys Targaryen looked out at the burning sea and the dragons cried overhead, and something in the old young eyes settled. The dragon must have 3 heads, she said softly. My brother believed that. He never said what he meant. Perhaps he meant this. 2 of us and the realm we hold between us and the war in the north that needs us both. She turned to him. I will marry my claim to yours, sister, son, nephew, whatever the histories make of us. Not because your arithmetic is good, though it is. Because I crossed the world looking for home, and I think I have found, of all the impossible things, a person who is building one. But understand me, as I'm sure you made the Baratheon understand you. I'm not a broodmare to be got with heirs and set aside. I rule beside you, equal, fire and word, or not at all. The realm has 2 dragons. It will answer to both, or it will answer to neither. It answers to both, Jon said. I'd have it no other way. I've spent a year collecting people who will tell me when I'm wrong. You'll be the loudest of them, and the only one with dragons to make the point, and the realm will be better for it. He held out his hand, the same gesture he'd offered Stannis, one hard-tested person to another, and Daenerys Targaryen took it, and the 2 surviving fires of a dead dynasty became, on the deck of a burning dawn, a single line at last. Now, there's a lion in our city, Aunt, and he's the cleverest man either of us will ever fight, and he has our throne and 100,000 hostages and the most dangerous cornered animal there is, which is a Lannister who's run out of moves. Let's go take King's Landing, and let's do it without burning it, because the realm has to live in it after, and a king who starts his reign by roasting his own capital has already lost the peace he just won the war for. Tywin Lannister did not run, because Tywin Lannister had never run from anything, and that was both his greatness and the lever Jon used to break him. The host that came up the King's Road to King's Landing was the largest in the history of Westeros. The north and the rivers and the Knights of the Vale, the Reach's 100,000 spears, the spears of Dorne with Oberyn Martell at their head and 17 years of patience in his eyes, Stannis Baratheon's grim Stormlanders, and above all of it, 2 dragons, circling, patient, the oldest argument in the world. And inside the walls, Tywin Lannister held the Boy King and the gold and the wildfire, because Cersei had found the old Mad King's caches under the city, thousands of jars of green death seeded through the cellars, and Tywin's last move, if the walls fell, was to make good on Aerys's promise and burn King's Landing, and everyone in it rather than yield it to a dragon. It was Tyrion who told them, Tyrion Lannister, who had been his father's prisoner in all but name for a year, accused of a murder he didn't commit, despised by the family he'd spent his life trying to serve, slipped out of the city through a sewer his brother showed him, and came to Jon's camp with the one thing that could save 100,000 lives, which was the map of the caches, and the names of the pyromancers and the location of every jar. My father will burn the city, Tyrion said, perched on a camp stool with a cup he'd poured himself, because a Lannister did not wait to be offered. He'll tell himself it's strategy, deny the dragon a prize, the same as he told himself the Rains were strategy and Elia was strategy. It won't be strategy. It'll be spite, the purest spite there is, the spite of a man who built his whole life around the idea that a Lannister always pays his debts and always wins, looking at a board where he's finally lost, and deciding that if he can't have the city, no one can. I know him better than anyone living. I've spent 40 years studying the one man who never once looked at me with anything but contempt. He'll do it. So I'm here to make sure he can't, and to ask you for exactly one thing in exchange, which isn't gold and isn't a lordship. I want to be in the room when someone finally tells Tywin Lannister that he lost. I've earned that. I've earned it more than any man alive. You'll have it, Jon said. And a great deal more than that, because a man who will cross a city through a sewer to save 100,000 people he doesn't know is a man I've been collecting all year. Master of coin, taken by the Tyrells. But there's a chair on my small council with your name on it the day this is done, Tyrion Lannister, because the realm I'm building runs on people who will tell the truth to power. And you've just walked through your own family's filth to tell me the biggest truth there is. Now show me the caches. We take the city clean, we disarm the fire, and we give your father the one thing he can't survive, which isn't death. It's being beaten and knowing it, and living one moment longer than his certainty does. Margaery Tyrell opened the city from within, as she'd promised. The gold cloaks she'd been quietly buying for a year turning their cloaks at the mud gate. The small folk she'd fed for a year filling the streets not as a mob, but as a flood that the Lannister men could not fire into without proving everything the dragon's heralds had been shouting. Tyrion's map led Jon's most trusted men to the wildfire caches one by one, ahead of the pyromancers, and the green death was drowned in sand and water in the dark, while the city changed hands above it. And the mountain that rides, Gregor Clegane, who had murdered Elia Martell and her children 17 years before, met Oberyn Martell at last in the yard of the Red Keep. And this time the Red Viper did not dance and gloat and give a dying monster the chance to pull him down. Jon had made him swear it. Kill him clean, Jon had said, no speeches, no theater. You've waited 17 years, and the only way you waste it is by being a poet about it. And Oberyn, who had wanted his vengeance loud, took the colder gift and put a spear through the mountain's eye from 6 feet away while the giant was still drawing breath to speak, and lived, and stood over the body of his sister's murderer, and wept, and was alive to weep, which was the only ending Elia would have wanted for the brother she'd loved. The wildfire was the nearest thing to catastrophe, and Jon would dream of it for years, the green light in the dark beneath the city. Tyrion's map was good, but it was a year old, and the pyromancers had moved some of the caches, and there was an hour in the tunnels beneath the Great Sept where Jon's men and the city's death sat in the same black room, 10,000 jars of the stuff stacked like a wine cellar, and a single pyromancer with a torch and the Mad King's old command still burning behind his eyes, certain he was about to become the hand that cleansed kings landing in sacred fire. Daenerys talked him down. Not Jon. Daenerys, who knew better than anyone breathing what it was to be told that fire was holy and burning was destiny, went down into the dark herself against every objection, and spoke to the man in the language of his own madness. She told him the dragons had come, that the fire made flesh stood in the city and did not want it burned, that the prophecy he had served all his life had arrived in person and countermanded him. And the pyromancer, who had waited a lifetime for a sign, looked at a silver-haired woman with 3 dragons wheeling over the broken towers and decided she was it, and set down his torch, and wept. They drowned the caches in sand and seawater through the rest of that night. Jon stood at the mouth of the tunnel and understood that he had come one mad old man's faith away from inheriting a field of ash, and that the woman who had saved the city was the same woman the realm would have named the Mad Queen if she had landed a year sooner, with no nephew to hand her a reason to be merciful instead of final. He did not say that to her. But he marked it, and he understood, better than any charter could teach him, exactly why the two dragons needed each other, and exactly what each was holding the other back from. Jon found Tywin Lannister in the Tower of the Hand, which was where the old lion had chosen to make his end, because it was the seat of the power he'd held under 3 kings, and he would not die anywhere smaller. He was not afraid. Jon had expected that. Tywin Lannister looked at the dragon who had taken his city and his fire and his last move, and his face held nothing but the cold contempt it had held for everyone his whole life, and he said, "So, the bastard who turned out to be a dragon. You've bound the realm with charters and weddings, I'm told. Bought it like a merchant. My grandson would have held it with fear, and fear is cheaper and faster, and you'll learn that the day your charters meet a lord who simply decides he doesn't care about the parchment anymore. Sentiment doesn't hold a realm. Debt and fear hold a realm. You've built your house on sand and called it stone." "You're half right," Jon said. "Fear is faster. It's also brittle, which you'd know if you'd ever once been on the receiving end of it. You ruled by fear for 40 years, and it worked beautifully right up until the moment the realm found a king it didn't have to be afraid of, and then your whole structure went over in a year, because the only thing holding it up was that nobody had offered the lords a better deal. I offered them a better deal. That's all. Not love. You're right that love's worthless. I never traded in it. I traded in self-interest pointed the right way, which is the one glue that holds when the fear runs out, and it's holding, Tywin. It held all the way to your door. You spent your life teaching the realm that a Lannister always pays his debts. Well, the realm's come to collect. Dorne first. There's a man downstairs who waited 17 years to balance the ledger on your sister-in-law, and he's done it, and the mountain's dead, and the wildfire's drowned, and your grandson's crown is coming off, and you, the great Tywin Lannister, are going to be remembered not as the man who held the realm, but as the man whose realm a bastard took apart with paper and patience in a single year. That's the debt. That's it paid. You always said you'd be remembered. You will be. Just not the way you planned. And that, in the end, was the only blow that ever landed on Tywin Lannister, because the old lion did not fear death and did not fear pain and feared. It turned out exactly one thing, which was being made small in the histories, and Jon had just told him he would be, and meant it, and was right. Tywin Lannister died that night, by his own hand or another's. The accounts differed, and Jon never troubled to settle them. And the lion's last roar was a silence in a tower. A proud man alone with the knowledge that he had lost to a thing he'd spent his whole life insisting could not win, which was a king who bound men instead of breaking them. They took King's Landing in 2 days, and it did not burn, and 100,000 people who would have been ash under Tywin's spite woke to a changed banner and a living city. And that, Jon thought, standing at last in the throne room with the dragons screaming triumph over the Red Keep, was the only victory he actually cared about, the one no one would sing of, the city that simply went on existing. Joffrey was taken alive and sent to the Wall, which Daenerys had wanted to argue against, and didn't, because a boy king who became a sworn brother was a boy king the realm could forget, and a dead one was a martyr for the next ambitious lion. Cersei was given to the faith and her own conscience, which Jon judged a worse sentence than any axe, and the Iron Throne, the ugly twisted chair of 1,000 swords that had killed more men than it ever protected, sat empty under the dragon's cries while the 2 heads of the restored line stood before it and did not yet sit down. "We've won," Daenerys said. She did not sound as though she fully believed it. "The throne, the city, the realm, it's ours. A year ago you were a bastard on a wall, and I was a beggar queen across the sea. And now there's nothing in Westeros that can stand against us. We've won the war," Jon said, looking at the empty throne, at the swords that Aegon had forged from his enemies, and that had never once stopped being his enemies' swords. "We haven't won anything that matters yet. That's the part nobody tells you, the part Robert never understood and Tywin never believed. Taking the throne is the easy half. Robert took it and spent 15 years drunk because he'd done the only thing he knew how to do, and the realm went on needing to be governed, and he had no idea how. We've got 7 kingdoms held together by charters I made one at a time, in 7 different rooms, with 7 different prices, and not one of those kingdoms has ever sworn to the others, only to me, and to you. The North doesn't trust the Reach. Dorne hates the memory of half my own house. The Vale and the Rivers and the Stormlands all signed different bargains, and none of them have ever sat in a room together and agreed to be one realm instead of 7 kingdoms that happen to share a king. He turned from the throne. We don't get to rest, Aunt. We've conquered the realm. Now we have to convince it to stay conquered after we put the swords away, which is a different and much harder thing. And the only way I know to do it is to put every great lord in Westeros in one hall and make them swear not to me, but to each other, and to the thing we're all about to face in the North. A great council. The first true one in 100 years. Every kingdom, every charter, every grudge and price and knife, all in one room, and we make them into a realm instead of a list of bargains. Or the whole thing comes apart the day the dead reach the wall and the lords decide their own survival matters more than the realm. He looked up at the dragons wheeling over the broken city. I turn 18 in a moon, Daenerys. I'd like the realm to be a realm by then and not just a throne with my name on it, because the cold's coming and a throne can't hold the wall. Only a realm can, and we haven't built one yet. We've only conquered one. The hard part starts now. Chapter 9 and Chapter 10. One banner. The great council met in the Dragon Pit, the ruined dome on the hill of Rhaenys where the Targaryens had once kept their dragons, because Jon had chosen it on purpose, a broken place with the sky showing through where a roof should be, to remind every lord who entered that the last time the dragons ruled they had let their own house and their own power fall into ruin, and that the work being done today was the work of not doing that again. Every kingdom was in the pit. That had never happened. Not once in 300 years had the North and the Reach and Dorne and the Vale and the Rivers and the Stormlands and the Iron Islands and the Westerlands all sat in one hall at the same time, because the realm had always been 7 or 8 quarreling things that shared a tax collector. And the genius of the thing, the dangerous, impossible genius, was to make them sit together long enough to become something else. Jon stood on the broken floor of the pit and looked up at them ringed in their tears. The great Jon and Wyman Manderly, bronze Jon Royce, and a recovering Robert Arryn with Sansa at his side, Edmure Tully, Stannis Baratheon Grimm in black, Olenna and Mace and Margaery Tyrell, Doran Martell in his wheeled chair with Oberyn beside him alive and Elia's name on his banner now, Ashag Greyjoy in salt and iron, Tyrion Lannister speaking for the broken West, and beside Jon on the floor of the pit. Not above it, Daenerys Targaryen, because they had agreed that the 2 dragons would stand on the same level as the lords they meant to bind and not look down on them, since you did not make men into a realm by towering over them. You're wondering why I haven't sat the throne, Jon said, and his voice carried up into the broken dome. It's a moon since we took the city. The chair's been empty a moon. Every one of you has a maester whispering that an empty throne is an invitation, and every one of you has spent the moon wondering whether the dragon means to crown himself or whether he's weak or whether there's a play to be made. So let me end the wondering. I haven't sat the throne because the throne isn't the point, and I needed all of you in one room to understand that before I sit it, because if you don't understand it, the throne won't match her, and the realm comes apart the day I turn my back. So hear me out, and then we'll do the swearing, and then there'll be a feast, and somewhere in the feast at least one of you is going to try something, because that's how these things go, and I'd rather we got the honest part done first. The honest part took most of a day. Jon read the charters into the record, one by one in front of everyone, so that no kingdom's bargain was a secret from any other, because secrets between allies were knives waiting to be found. The North kept its old laws and its king in the North under the dragon, and the Southron lords grumbled at the privilege, until Jon pointed out that the North was the only kingdom that had to feed an army through a winter that lasted years, and that any lord who envied the North's charter was welcome to trade kingdoms with the great Jon, at which the grumbling stopped. The Vale's pride was restored, the river's lands made whole, the Stormlands confirmed to Shireen Baratheon's line with her father gone to the wall. The Reach had its gold and its forward crown, the Iron Islands their leash, and their sanctioned reaving of the Lannister coast already half done. The Westerlands a Lannister still, but a different one. Tyrion confirmed Warden of the West over the wreck of his father's house, which made the lords who'd feared a Lannister restoration, and the lords who'd feared a Lannister extinction equally and usefully uneasy. And Dorne had Elia's name on the realm's own banner, and her children named in the histories as the crime that brought the dragons home. And when Jon read that part into the record, Doran Martell bowed his head, and the whole pit was quiet, because every lord there had a wound the new realm had agreed to witness, and a man whose grief has been entered into the official record of the realm is a man who will fight to keep that realm standing. Then came the marriages, because a realm was held by blood as much as by ink. Robb and Rosalind made, Sansa and Harold Harding of the Vale, by her own choosing and announced in her own voice, which made the old lords blink and the young ones think. The Tyrell daughter promised to the dragon's heir, the Martell child promised forward into the line, the web of grandchildren that would, in a generation, make every great house cousins to the throne and to each other, so that the next war, if it came, would be a war among kin, which was a smaller and slower thing than a war among strangers. And the keystone, the marriage that made the rest hold, Jon Targaryen and Daenerys Targaryen, the two heads of the dragon, the elder line and the last true-born child. Their claims married into one, so that the question that had hung over the realm since the day Jon's truth came off the wall, which dragon, was answered forever with both. There was a moment in the middle of the swearing that Jon would carry longer than the crowning. Rickard Karstark, who had come south grieving his murdered sons, found himself seated 3 places from Tyrion Lannister, the dwarf of the house whose men had done the murdering, and the whole pit went quiet to see whether the old northern lord would draw steel or walk out. Karstark studied Tyrion a long moment. Then he said, loud enough to carry, "Your house killed my boys, imp." And Tyrion said, "It did. And my father, who ordered it, is dead by the dragon's hand. And I am warden of the West now, because I crawled through a sewer to stop my own family burning a city full of strangers. I can't give you your sons, Lord Karstark. I can only tell you the house that took them is finished, and the man left wearing its name is the one who helped end it." The pit held its breath, and Rickard Karstark, who had every right to a feud that could have split the council down the middle, said only, "Then we'll go north together and you'll stand where I can see you, and if you're half the lord your father wasn't, it'll do." It was not forgiveness. Forgiveness was more than the realm Jon was building could yet afford, but it was the rung just below it, 2 enemies agreeing to aim their grief at a third thing instead of each other, and that, Jon had learned in a year of rooms like this one, was the actual mortar of every realm that had ever held. That was where the faith made its move, as Jon had known it would. The High Septon rose in his crystal-crowned finery, and his voice filled the pit, and he said what the faith had to say, that a marriage between aunt and nephew was an abomination in the eyes of the 7, that the small folk would not accept a king and queen living in sin, that the faith could not and would not bless it, and that a realm built on an unholy union was a realm built against the gods. It was a real threat. The faith spoke for the small folk, and a realm could be held against its lords if the small folk loved you, and could not be held for a day if they decided you were cursed. You're right that it's against the seven, Jon said, before Daenerys could answer with fire, because this was a thing to be bound and not burned. I won't insult you by pretending the faith should change its doctrine for a dragon. It shouldn't. A faith that bends its gods for every king isn't worth the small folks' love. So I'm not going to ask you to bless it. I'm going to ask you for something harder and more honest. The old gods married my mother and father under a heart tree. The drowned god takes the ironborn. The red god has priests in this very pit. Dorne keeps the seven differently than the Reach does. The free folk who marched south behind me keep no gods at all, and they died for the living all the same. Your high holiness, the dead are coming, and the dead do not care which god a man prayed to before he froze, and they will raise a septon and a red priest and a godless wildling side by side, and march them all against the people they used to pray for. When the cold comes, every faith in the realm is going to be on the same side, because the enemy is the absence of all of them. I'm not asking you to call my marriage holy. I'm asking you to call the war holy, and to send the faith militant north with my host as the warriors of the seven, to die for the living beside the old gods and the drowned and the red, because if the faith is the first institution in the realm to march against the dead, then the faith leads the realm's soul into the dark and out the other side, and no one will ever again ask whether the small folk love it. Bless the war. Leave my marriage to the gods who will judge it. And be remembered as the faith that stood at the wall when the seven kingdoms became one people under one threat. The High Septon was silent for a long moment, an old man who had come to denounce a king and been offered instead the chance to lead his God's people into the most righteous war in the history of the world. And a man of faith cannot refuse a holy war without admitting his faith was only ever politics. The faith militant, the High Septon said slowly, will march north. The war is holy. And the marriage, he paused, and chose the words of a man who had been outmaneuvered and given a ladder to climb down. The marriage is between the dragon and his gods, and the seven are merciful, and these are not ordinary times. It was a surrender dressed as wisdom, and both of them knew it, and that was the right way for it to be, because a High Septon seen to be defeated loses the small folk, and a High Septon seen to choose keeps them. Jon let him have the dressing. The faith would march north with its stars and its swords, and the story it told itself. And the story it told itself would be that the seven had summoned their warriors to the holiest battle since the dawn of days. And that story was worth more to Jon than any victory of doctrine, because a tale that puts the faith's own banners on the right side of the line drags 100,000 small folk along behind them. He had not beaten the faith, he had recruited it, which was the only kind of winning that ever held past the morning. The knife came at the feast, as Jon had promised it would, and it did not come from any of the people the lords were watching. It came from Lord Gerald Grafton of Gulltown, a Vale lord who had grown rich under Littlefinger and lost that wealth when Littlefinger fell, and who had decided, in the way of small men with large grievances, that the new realm had taken something from him and owed it back. He had not plotted alone. He had found in the corners of the feast 3 or 4 other lords with their own small grievances, a Florent who resented the Tyrells, a river lord who'd backed the wrong side, a Lannister bannerman who'd lost a son, and he had wrapped his envy in the one argument that could make it sound like statecraft, which was the argument Jon feared most of all. Why should the South bleed for the North's monsters? Grafton said, standing, wine brave in the middle of the feast, and the pit went quiet to hear him, because he was saying the things several of them had thought. We have heard a great deal about the dead. We have seen a hand in a box and heard a wildling's tales. Now the dragon wants the whole realm to march to the end of the world and die in the snow for a war on the far side of a wall that has held for 8,000 years without our help. I say let the north keep its monsters. I say the south-run kingdoms have bled enough. I say we have a king now, and a peace, and we should enjoy it behind our own walls and let the cold sort out the cold. Who here will follow a boy to die in the snow for the north's nightmares? Who? He got no further because Stannis Baratheon stood up. Stannis did not shout. Stannis never shouted. He stood, grim and black, and the pit quieted further because the grimmest man in the realm had risen, and he said, I have seen them. Not a hand in a box. Them. I stood on Dragonstone, and the Red Woman showed me in the flames, and I called it a trick. And then the dragon showed me a White's hand that still reached for the wall after a moon in iron. And I am a man who does not believe easily, and I believe this. Lord Grafton, you are a fool, and worse than a fool. You are the specific kind of fool who gets everyone killed. The man who would rather call a true thing a lie than be inconvenienced by it. I conceded a throne to this dragon because he was right, and I was tired of being right alone. You will concede a war to him for the same reason, or you will be the man the histories remember as the lord who told the realm to stay home while the dead came over the wall. Sit down. The grown men are speaking. And then Sansa Stark rose beside Robert Arryn, and she did the colder thing, because Stannis had answered the argument and someone still had to answer the knife. Lord Grafton met 3 nights ago with Lord Florent and Lord Goodbrook and Sir Raymond Lannister. Sansa said, pleasant and clear, and she did not raise her voice either, and every lord she named went still. In the Gulton ambassadors' chambers, after the others had gone to bed, they discussed whether the Southron kingdoms might withhold their levies from the northern march, and whether a realm that lost its dragons to the dead in the snow might be more easily governed afterward by whoever had kept his army home and his strength whole. They discussed which of them might hold the south while the dragons died in the north. I have it from 2 of the servants who poured their wine, and from one of the 4 men themselves, who came to me yesterday and decided he would rather confess to the Queen's cousin than hang beside the others. She looked around the silent pit. I tell you this not to frighten you, my lords, but so that you understand the shape of the realm you're choosing to be part of. There will always be a Lord Grafton. There will always be a man who calculates that he is better off if the realm fails and he survives the failure. That is not a flaw in the realm. That is the realm. The only question is whether the rest of you let him, or whether you have finally, after 300 years, decided to be one people instead of 8, who answer a knife in the dark together instead of waiting to see whose throat it finds. The pit was very quiet. Jon let the quiet sit, because the quiet was doing his work for him. Then he said, almost gently, Lord Grafton, you've made my argument better than I could. I've spent a year binding this realm because of exactly the thing you just did, which is that a divided realm produces a Lord Grafton every single time, a man who'll bet on the realm's failure because he thinks he can profit from the wreck. The dead win when there are enough Lord Graftons. They don't need to break the wall if the realm breaks itself deciding who has to pay for the wall. So here's what happens now, and I want every lord in this pit to watch it, because this is the moment the realm becomes real or stays a list of bargains. I'm not going to execute you, Lord Grafton, much as the law would let me. A dead Grafton is a martyr and a warning that makes the next plotter quieter and smarter. I'm going to do something worse. I'm going to send you north. You and Lord Florent and Lord Goodbrook and Sir Raymond to the wall to Stannis' command, to fight the war you wanted the rest of us to die in alone. You were so sure it was the North's nightmare and not yours. Go and meet it. Go and stand on the wall and see the thing Stannis saw, and either you'll die usefully for the realm you tried to betray, which is more than your scheming was ever going to be worth, or you'll live and come back and spend the rest of your life telling every lord who'll listen that the dead are real, because there's no preacher like a sinner who's seen the thing he denied. Either way, you serve the realm. That's the only sentence I hand out now. Service. The realm has too few people in it to waste even the treacherous ones on a noose. It was Wyman Manderley, fat and shrewd, who started it, because the richest man always knew when the wind had changed. He heaved himself up onto his feet in the tears and drew his sword and called out, in his soft, rich voice, "The dragon and the wolf and the realm of men." And the Great Jon was next. Of course the Great Jon was next, on his feet with his maimed hand and his huge voice, and then Oberyn Martell with Elia's name on his lips, and then Bronze Yohn Royce, and then the pit was full of standing lords and drawn swords laid down on the broken stone, kingdom after kingdom, the whole quarreling impossible realm rising not to Jon, not only to Jon, but to the thing in the middle of the pit that all their swords now pointed at, which was each other. And the war they had finally agreed was theirs. They crowned the two dragons 3 days later, on the morning Jon turned 18, and they did it under one banner. The maesters and the seamstresses had argued for a moon about how to render it, and what they made in the end was the only thing that could have worked. The three-headed dragon of Targaryen, red on black at the center, and around it, quartered and joined, the direwolf of Stark and the trout of Tully and the falcon of Arryn, and the rose of Tyrell and the sun and spear of Martell, and the stag of Baratheon and the kraken of Greyjoy and the lion of Lannister, every great house of the realm on one field, not beneath the dragon but woven into it, so that no lord could look at the banner and see himself conquered, only joined. They hung it the length of the dragon pit's broken wall, vast, and the sky showed through the ruined dome above it, and Jon thought, looking up at the banner and the broken roof and the open sky, that it was the truest thing he had ever made, a realm with the cracks still showing, held together not because the cracks were hidden but because everyone had finally agreed to hold the cracks closed with their own hands. He did not enjoy the crowning. He had expected to, and he didn't. He stood beside Daenerys while the High Septon set the circlets on their heads, his own a band of dark iron and red gold, hers the same, equal, and he looked out at the lords he had bound, and the marriages he had made and the friends he had spent and the friends he had lost, Theon dead on the holy bones, the rangers dead in the snow, Maester Aemon a small heap of ash on the wall who had told him to be useful and not a hero, and he understood that the crown was not a reward. It was a debt. It was the largest debt anyone in the realm now owed, and it had his name on it and Daenerys's, and it would not be paid in their lifetimes or their children's, because the work of holding a realm together was the one piece of work that was never finished, and that, the old Maester had told him on the wall a year and a lifetime ago, was exactly why a man who took it on for the right reasons could never go cruel from the having of it. Sam was there, in a Maester's grey now, the Citadel having at last given him a chain, and Jon having at last given him an office, the realm's Grand Maester, the only one in its long history who had personally burned a white with his own hands. Tormund Giantsbane was there too, vast and red and openly contemptuous of the whole ceremony, who leaned in during the most solemn part of it to remind Jon that the free folk made their kings by mostly not bothering to have any, and that he hoped the crowned man still remembered the night the two of them had held a gap in the rocks while better men ran. Jon told him he remembered it every day, which was true. Be useful, the old blind Maester had said on the wall, and not a hero. Jon stood crowned in the broken pit and took an honest accounting of himself against that single instruction, and judged that he had been, so far, useful, and that being useful would ask far more of him in the years ahead than the crown ever would, and that this was exactly as it should be. "You're not happy," Daenerys said quietly, the two of them crowned, the pit roaring around them. "No," Jon said. "I'm something better than happy. I'm not finished." Happy is for kings who think the throne was the point. We know better. You and I, the throne was the door. The realm's the room, and the room's still cold. And there's a wall at the top of the world that needs every sword in this pit. And we've just convinced the whole quarreling mess of them to carry their swords toward it instead of at each other. That's not happiness. That's the start of the actual work. I'll take it over happiness. Happiness would mean I'd stopped. The raven came on the third day of the feasting, the way Jon had known it would, because he had asked the wall to send it the day the dead came in force, and the wall had promised. And a sworn brother's promise was the truest summons any king had ever received. It was a scrap of paper tied to a black bird's leg, and it said, in a hand cramped with cold, that the dead had come to the wall in numbers beyond counting, that the gate at the night fort had held and the rangers at the shadow tower had not, that the cold was moving south, and that the watch, what was left of it, would hold the wall as long as men could hold it, and prayed the realm would come before the holding ended. It was signed by no lord and no king. It was signed the watchers on the wall, the way the watch had always signed, because the watch was never one man but the whole long line of them standing in the cold, so the realm behind them could be warm enough to quarrel. Jon read it standing in the middle of the feast, and the hall went quiet around him as the lords saw his face, and he did not make a speech, because the moment did not need one, and a king who made a speech over it would have cheapened it. "It's begun," he said, "just that. The wall's calling. We march in 3 days." And he looked around the hall at the realm he had spent a year binding, the north and the rivers and the vale, the stormlands and the reach, Dorne and the Iron Islands and the broken west, the faith militant and the free folk and the 2 dragons and the great woven banner on the wall with every house in the realm joined into one. And he saw them rise, all of them, kingdom after kingdom. Not because he commanded it, but because they had sworn it to each other in the pit, and a realm is only ever as real as the moment its oaths are tested, and theirs was being tested now, 3 days old and holding. Stannis Baratheon was already gone in truth. He had ridden for the wall the morning after his daughter's birthright was confirmed, because Stannis did not wait on ceremonies, and there was a war to ready, and a man who meant to hold the largest host in history needed to reach the wall before the host did. He had taken Davos and the Red Woman and Lord Grafton's chastened traders and the first of the levies, and his parting word to Jon had been characteristically without warmth and entirely to be relied on. "I'll hold it till you come, dragon. See that you come. I've conceded you a throne, and I'll not have conceded it to a man who turns up late to his own war." Jon had taken it for the blessing it nearly was. The free folk went north gladly, because north was home even with the dead in it, and Tormund's people had been marching toward this fight their whole lives without knowing the rest of the realm would ever consent to join them. The faith militant went with their 7-pointed stars newly furbished and a holy war to die in. The Dornish spears went under Elia's name, the Knights of the Vale and the Reach, the Northmen who had believed first, the rivers and the storms and the salt of the Iron Islands, every charter Jon had signed turning now into a column on a road, every grief he had witnessed turning into a reason to march. They went north under one banner, the largest host the world had ever seen, drawn from every corner of a realm that had spent 300 years too divided to field it, marching up the Kingsroad toward the cold, with the 3-headed dragon and the direwolf, and the 7 joined houses streaming over them, and 2 crowned dragons in the air above. And Jon Targaryen rode at the head of it on the morning after he turned 18 years old and a year into the only work that mattered. Having done the thing that 8,000 years of better men had never managed, which was not to conquer the 7 kingdoms, for many men had conquered them, but to convince them, charter by charter and grief by grief and grudge by grudge, to choose to be one in time, just barely in time, for the long night that was finally, after all the binding and the bleeding and the bargaining, coming down to meet them. The road ran north. The banner went before, and the realm that Jon Snow had made out of 8 quarreling kingdoms and a dead house's name went with it into the cold together, which was the only way anything had ever survived a winter, and the only thing he had ever truly been trying to build. Chapter 10, End.